basic tutorial. Here, you will learn. Right now, you're controlling and proceed to the waypoint. Fighter and assault plane. Your bomb sight shows where bombs will strike the ground. To hit a target, you need to place it right in the center of your sight. The sight turns red when... That's it! You hit the target. Now, you need to steer away from the ground to quickly...
Yo, Titan, can you hear me? What's up, brother? Sorry, my mic wasn't set, but yeah, we're back with another stream, doing some War Thunder. At least for a little bit. Hope you're doing good, Titan.
Notice that your plane carries unguided rockets. Since rockets have low accuracy, it's best to launch several to destroy the rockets.
Hey, nice creeper emoji. Okay. Okay, so there's still another truck around. Oh, bruh.
Notice that your plane carries unguided rockets. Destroy vehicles with machine guns, bombs, or rockets. Targets destroyed. Victory.
That one guy who sends a plane to your house. Let's go ahead and do the bomber one while we're at it.
Welcome to part 3 of the basic tutorial. Here, right now, you're controlling a bomber. To keep themselves safe from anti... It's much simpler to hit it. You can toggle between different sites with the toggle view button. Press the toggle view button twice. Press to return to third-person view.
guys. Go ahead, might as well just take off in the land tutorial.
Welcome to part 4 of the basic tutorial. This mission is designed to let you practice your takeoff and landing. In order to take off your aircraft, push your throttle. The plane has started accelerating. Watch your speed. The plane has reached a high enough speed. Reach the marked waypoint. Landing on an airfield during mission. In order to land your aircraft successfully, decrease the throttle. Deploy the landing. Direct the plane right to the center of the waypoint. Decrease the throttle to 0. As the plane speed is dropping, intense braking can flip it over. The plane has stopped. A successful landing.
Okay, I think now we're ready. Let's go. That's pretty cool, not gonna lie. Oh, someone's playing with Tarkin. Nice. Oh, we're still waiting. Jeez. Air domination? You shitting me? I'm gonna get him. BF 109 below me. Watch this. Not quite yet. Where the fuck did my teammate go? Got him. Man straight up vanished for real. But I got him down. Not doing that shit. Fuck you. Not colliding to me today. Who else wants to challenge me over here? Come on, let's get this BF2C. Let's go. There's no way that wasn't a hit. Let's go. I'm on a 3-kill streak. Where's this guy think he's going? I got a 5-kill streak. I'll take it. All for the games till that one guy snipes you with the plane. Yup. Although I was the one doing the sniping there for a while. Look at those bombs. So many. I got 10 of them. Oh, they're so heavy. Why are you saying balls? What do you got plans for this weekend, Titan? Or what did you do this weekend? play War Thunder in Minecraft? Fuck. You got War Thunder? Bro, hop on. I'll join the voice chat. I'll join up after I die. I'm just staying here and cheese the point. Alright, bet. Getting rid of these bombs. There we go. Now I'm more maneuverable. And he is not. No, that's my kill. Let's go. Where's that going on at? You're an off-duty bet. Hold up. Where's my Discord? Quits glitching. I'm joining right now. Yo.
Hello.
Yo, let's move to Pridwin so nobody joins and says some shit they're not supposed to. While I'm streaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm streaming, I don't want to get banned.
Oh,
Mm.
shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo.
I'll bet we beat him. I got third on the team.
You're US, right? USA, right?
Yeah.
Smoking ops in the Honda.
Level 9. I'm at the 3.0 mark. I can lower my guys to your level real
Mm.
quick. Go ahead
Bet.
and do that.
What are y'all playing?
War Thunder.
War Thunder.
What up?
You got it?
Oops.
We're eating the dogs. Yeah, okay.
Alright, Titan. I'm gonna send you my War Thunder ID for this one.
Give me a second. I'm having to lower all my guys back to normal.
Oh, you're good.
They're not normal, but you know, just lower them to a different level.
Yup.
Back in a second, boys.
There we go. No, we're still at 1.2 because I have my bomber here.
I'm at 1.3 right now, so.
You're 1.3?
Yep. So I think it'll be fine. My P36A is a 1.
1.3. The lowest I can go is 1.7. Is that okay?
Yeah, my P36A is 1.7, so we're good.
Alright, I'm back. Oh,
Okay.
shit. Yeah.
Right now I'm researching the PBY5 Catalina. I'm on my bomber grind.
Nice.
Smoking ops in the Honda Civic. Yeah.
I gotta look at the special version
I
of
was gonna
this.
say, how'd this dude get a White Springs spot at his camp? But I was like, oh, never mind, we're in White Springs.
Mm.
What up? Yeah, no, I was finna tweak.
Bro.
Damn, dude.
Where's the second plane at? Oh, it's right there.
Oh my god, I forgot about helicopters.
You forgot about Helen Keller?
Helicopters.
Oh, I thought you said Helen Keller, but now
That's
that
crazy.
yeah, that's what I said.
I could have sworn I had something else.
We better not get air domination,
well.
bro. I'm trying to get good I'm trying to get good bomber gameplay.
Bro, you ought to know you never get
Bomber gameplay?
Yeah.
I'm about to switch to realistic then.
Hell yeah. Well, you just play arcade or realistic or what?
Mix of both. When I get tired of getting constant air domination, I'll switch to fucking realistic.
Alrighty. My first time trying to add somebody on here.
Damn. What was that, bro?
Oh no.
It sound like you're broke.
It didn't, thankfully.
That's a new one. I ain't got that push from it yet.
There we go.
But
Make you the leader on that. There you go.
alright, you gotta ready up.
Yep.
We need to plug. Are you serious, air domination? Oh, I gotta plug my phone in real quick.
Angry Nihilus.
Bro, I hate air domination. I just played around in this.
Yeah. You don't got a ammo box? No, I might guess.
Where the fuck is my phone charger? Without everything fucking falling, please.
I'm looking for you.
Oh, I wasn't even spawned in yet. I was plugging my phone.
Okay.
Alright, I'm in.
Oh, damn it, I gotta do it again.
Where are you at?
Right behind you.
Oh, I see you. What is this KI-27 doing? I'm gonna go see what he's doing.
Well, the KI is dead now. KIA.
Well, no, there's another one. He's going way off the map. I'm gonna get him.
Oh, I see him. I don't know what he's doing. I'm gonna go for these other ones that are below us, though. Oh, never mind. That one got messed up. Got him.
Nice.
Okay.
Fucking idiot! Dumb fuck can't fly. Just ran right into me. Fucking hate loads here.
Really?
Yes. Fucking idiots.
Oh boy.
Now there goes my one good fucking plane for Americans.
Yeah, I'm not having that like on mine, but the lower tiers that just happens a lot.
It's fucking stupid, dude. You try to pull up, but no, they just follow you when you pull up.
Uh-oh. There's something chasing me.
I'm coming. I'm gonna get rid of these bombs so I can build up speed.
Uh-oh. Oh, here I go.
I can race my
Spinning
bombs.
again. I swear, this plane is famous for spinning, dude. Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip.
I remember those.
Like, it's the SBs, dude. They just turn into a Beyblade real quick.
Yeah. That's a hit. Get him, get him, get him.
Oh, wow.
What?
Yep.
No more combat capable turrets. Alright, that's fine. Got the kill assist though. I fucking hate air domination so much.
Uh-oh. This is a fighter and I'm a bomber. Yep. This is gonna end up bad.
Yeah, that could be fucked.
Nope, never mind. Reinforcements came in, clutched that up.
Nice.
Holy shit.
Oh, I'm dead. I got burnt to a crisp, and now I'm turned into a... Oh, ball of fire.
What's this DO-17 doing? This idiot crashed. Didn't even get the kill assist for it because he ran into someone.
I hear German. Uh-oh. PTSD flashback. I'm joking.
Oh, bro, this dude made a fucking strip club. That's crazy.
What? What do you mean, made it?
He made a strip club inside of an atrium, bro. God, that's some shit.
What are, you're talking about in Fallout.
Yeah, that's some shit, bro. Oh no, dude. This dude has a fucking private room in the strip club.
Can these idiots get this? Oh my god. Where's our team, bro?
I'm trying my best to get over there,
Oh,
but
you're good.
dude, if I go over there, I'm gonna get, well,
I'm the only one over here, and I'm a biplane.
Dude, like, why is there so many swarming you? It's a swarm.
They can't even hit me.
That's crazy. Uh-oh.
There's like 6 of them, and they all can't hit me.
Well, I got one down.
This SB has been trying his best. Oh, I finally got hit. Yep, I'm dead. Took him long enough.
You are not, I guess you are escaping me, biplane.
What happened?
I almost got a biplane, but, number one intercepted me. I'm gonna have to... Is there a landing strip? Nope, I'm just gonna have to deal with the damage. Okay, good to know.
Bro, that's some crazy shit, dude.
I'm coming.
Okay. Bruh, man tried doing it like a suicide run on me. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
I'm coming. I'm 6,000 feet. 5,000.
Nuh-uh. Uh-oh, but my engine's out. I just realized that. Uh-oh. I guess, yeah-huh.
I got a critical hit.
Yeah. I landed, dude.
Nice.
I landed. In the forest. I'm safe for now. They just shot down a tree nearby me. I don't think so anymore.
Finally got a kill. Now I'm getting fucked. Alright, I got someone spinning, he's going down.
Okay, thank God you turned, because now I can light you. Never mind. I can't light you up. You're
I
dead.
just pilot sniped someone.
I got somebody with a biplane.
Nice.
And why can I not hit you, buddy?
Damn. Oh well.
Merp. Is there anything I can do to these like biplanes? No, except for giving them bombs.
No, you wanna do?
Did I not upgrade you? No, I didn't upgrade
Alright.
you.
We're switching to realistic. Fuck these fucking. I wanna do some bombing.
Realistic?
Yeah. Just waiting on you, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
This is 1.0, so I'll only be able to use my 1.0s, I'm guessing, right?
You should still be able to use other things.
We have an Adam.
Adam. We're doing War Thunder,
Adam.
brother.
Hey,
You down for some War
are
Thunder?
you guys playing War Thunder?
Yes, sir. You down?
Yeah, sure.
Bet. Let me get you in here.
Fucking awesome. Sick.
Ew, German
What are we playing?
planes. Yeah. We're doing realistic because I'm tired
You
of
only
it.
have one plane.
Huh?
You guys only playing with one plane.
Yeah, I want to do some. Yeah. I forgot you only can get one plane in realistic.
Because once you die for good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I tried it out, and like I instantly died, and I was like, yeah, I'm done with that. There's just that's the definition of a quick match.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, I'll just switch to arcade then.
Wait, so what BR are we gonna play on?
Right now we're doing
We are
1.7.
1.7. Or is it 2.0?
I don't know. I think
Give me a sec. Switching planes.
Oh. Nah, BR11.
Okay, switch to 1.7.
Alright, bet. Damn, it's taking a minute.
I know.
I blame Adam.
Waiting for battle 21.
People.
21? Anyways.
Well, it's arcade, so you got a friendly fire.
Bella!
No one's playing War Thunder.
Sure, they should be. Sweet Jesus. Finally.
Oh yeah. Took a sec.
Air domination again?
We're in Vietnam.
What's this game in fucking air domination, dude? I know there's other game modes.
Hey.
I know. Where y'all at? Oh, y'all way
Behind
behind
you.
me. I see Titans below me.
I am?
Mm-hmm.
You are.
Okay.
Is it Chinese or not? Okay.
I hear Adam's siren.
Yeah.
It's a wee woo.
Weevy. He was here.
Well, there goes him.
Up, and there goes that guy. Straight up kiss the ground. And there goes... I'm getting targeted.
I got a hit off.
Shit!
On my tail.
They took out my engine.
Biplane. They got your engine already?
Yeah.
And they
We
got
have
my
an airfield,
wheel,
eh?
dude. They did not like my wheel. And they do not like my wing.
Do we have an airfield?
No.
No.
No, we don't. Okay. Oh hell yeah, that's just.
Oh my god, that's the. Fuck! That was the ocean. Hey, don't run into the
Man,
ocean.
that echoed too when you said that.
I'm gonna do kamikazes then.
I'm so glad they don't do this type of shit all the time in like the higher ranks, dude. It's just only in this where it's like they constantly are like chase them down and run into them.
Holy shit, they destroyed an aircraft. Killed himself. Getting shot at. An idiot.
Go back in the fray.
I landed.
Nice, you got research points. I think you get research points.
No, I crash landed.
Oh, never mind. Might want to get that shit. Okay.
There was a tree in the way.
What the fucking.
Ooh.
Did you see that?
Did you see that?
Okay, I'm coming in.
But no, I didn't see that. What happened to you?
Someone ran into me.
Talk about the
And now my best plane's
Oh,
fucking
really?
gone.
Damn, man, just chill out.
No, I'm fucking tired of this, dude. It's on air. I've had 4 fucking games of air domination in a row, and I keep fucking getting it ran into each life. I'm so tired of this.
I think it was
I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try and hit one of these guys with a bomb.
Nice.
Let's see, so if I get one of them to tail me and I go up and then I drop it, what happens?
Great question. Or should I overshot it?
I want to try to bomb one of these unlucky assholes.
They're not gonna try.
I gotta get rid of these bombs somehow. Might as well make use out of them. Release my babies.
Okay, I'm leaking.
Can people stop fucking running into me?
We collided. Crazy.
Oh my god, this dumb fucking teammates! This... Chinese fucking idiot.
Oh, damn it! I didn't hit him with the bomb. I was so close.
Yeah.
You know what? That is one quick Japanese plane. What is that?
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm done. I'm down. Uh-oh.
Oh,
See, you broke something. Yeah, it was my propeller. Uh-oh.
That's pretty important to keep intact.
I landed in the water. I think I glitched out the game.
Why?
Like, I'm sitting with my plane in the water.
Makes
I didn't
sense.
get teleported or anything, just sitting there.
taking a breath.
I couldn't shoot either, which was sad. I would be happy if I could shoot the gun on the back. But oh well, it kind of makes sense. Don't want to get stuck in the water and just light people up while I'm down, technically.
It's a very pleasant flight.
We better not get another air domination.
Oh, we could do a one of those AI missions.
I mean, I'm down. You guys know how to get that going?
You just go
Yeah,
in
what?
Air Arcade.
What do you wanna
and just
do?
that Assault Air Arcade. You just do that.
I have no idea how to do that, so I'm afraid to
Okay,
lead it.
press Y, or, well, you know how you switch the battle modes and everything? From,
Hey, you like the flag?
okay.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. My girlfriend got me this one. Yeah, I have no idea how to do it, dude, so I'm just making you the leader.
okay. There we go.
Yeah. What's your favorite Fallout game? The Antares? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Oh no, it's airy. I'm joking.
New Vegas and Fallout 4? Yeah, honestly, same. I think 4 is my favorite just because of the mods. Yeah, same here. Fallout 4 was the first one I played.
Hey, you ready, Adam?
Yeah.
Why can't I play my bomber?
I don't know.
This game mode might be terrible,
It's
probably.
on 'em.
Oh my god. Bro.
Bruh.
Did y'all leave it already?
Are you leaving too?
Yeah.
I'll leave. Well, that makes sense. Okay. Well, we're not doing that. My
Yeah.
bad.
You're
It's been a
good.
while since I played this. And we're gonna go back here. And my crew will be on a mission for 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Bruh. Oh well.
Hello, hello. Who said hello? Hey, thanks for the follow, Antares. I appreciate it.
Okay, I'm back.
Merp.
No, it's the game mode that we played yesterday.
No way. Bella, come here. No,
Hey,
where are you
guys.
going?
Hey,
Torpedo
guys.
cat again. Alright, ready? Okay. You gotta ready up, Adam, if you're ready.
I'm already in a match.
Bro, we left. Where are
Oh.
you?
Yeah, we left.
Oh, you guys left?
Yes.
Yep.
Wasn't paying attention.
No kidding.
Sorry if you start hearing my cat in the background.
You're
She's
good.
just wanting
Yeah.
attention.
Are all of you new to the game? I am. Well, at least on PC.
New-ish. I mean, I go up to like
Guys, you have to wait
3.0.
7 minutes.
Oh, for some of our.
What do
Are we
we?
gonna wait it out?
Oh my god.
Well, for me it says, well, I can switch nations.
Okay.
What nations I have?
I guess I could switch nations as well.
I can go with USA. I've got a 1 point turn here.
I'm fine with mine. I have like 30 left. So. Ready up when you're ready, Adam.
Give me a sec, I'm switching to USA.
You're good. You're good.
I've got it not playing.
Wow. Now he gets back to me. Y'all should play realistic if you want more RP to unlock stuff faster, although it's quite a lot different to arcade. Yeah. What up, Ragni, my boy? The only reason why I like realistic better
ready.
is because there's a lot less fucking air domination.
Yeah. Push to USA.
Yeah. But you only get one plane too. One plane, one
I
line.
have 3
Yeah.
planes.
No, it's
In realistic,
yeah.
though, Adam. In realistic, it pushes you.
Oh, yeah, realistic, yeah.
Just had to play some fort with the new trio to get more chemistry and make us a better trio. Fuck yeah.
Ow! Bella! Sorry, my cat just decided to bite me.
Did you really pick fucking air
Crazy.
domination?
I didn't pick it. It's just on automatic, dude.
I swear to God.
It's random, but the game hates you, Nihilus.
It does, bro. Maybe try one of the maps with waters and ships. Can you see that?
Are we leaving again?
I ain't doing this.
Oh, but all my ships will be not ships. All my things will be gone. Let me try something.
His old
believe
IGL.
it.
Apparently his old IGL would shit his
What if
pants
you
mid-turn.
crash all of our planes real quick?
Oh shit, you're right.
Oh fuck, it's too late. I'm not waiting 8 minutes, dude.
Good night, everyone. Titan, let's collide.
Collide. Ah!
Ah, died. There's no collision. I landed.
You landed? No way.
Yeah.
Where you at?
I died. I crash landed.
Oh.
I'm not sitting here staring at this plane for 7 fucking minutes.
Titan, let's collide.
Where you at?
Coming for you.
Let's see here.
I see you.
Why is Scaly sending stuff?
Dang it.
No.
Oh. Alright, y'all. I think I'm gonna switch
Bruh.
games.
No. I was so small.
Alright, y'all. I'll catch y'all in a little.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did I knock you out? I fucking killed your ass.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I said I'm catch y'all later. I'm gonna
Yeah,
switch
we're-
games. I'm not staring at this fucking plane for 7 minutes.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I can only take that game in small doses. Too much of that fucking pissing me off. Ragni, join VC.
Yo,
Yo, what up, bro?
nothing much.
Okay.
I was just in your VC just then.
Yeah. I am tired of War Thunder right now. I'm gonna let Josh know that we are in.
Yeah, I can tell. That. Oh, by the way, with what you said about Helldivers, I don't have it.
For real?
Yeah. And it's like $60 on Steam.
Let's see if Josh responds. I still have him tabbed up with my stream. Or on a tab.
Okay. Helldivers 2. Yeah, $60.
It was. Yeah, that fucking sucks.
He's now 27th. Damn.
I know. I'll try to refresh the page, see if my chat's still there.
He's only in
Hold
round
on,
11.
hold on, let me know what he says. I got an ad. Alright.
He still hasn't responded.
Yeah, I'm back in the stream now. Alright.
Yeah.
You wanna get us some Minecraft for a little bit?
I'm down.
But let me edit my stream info first.
Hopefully my Minecraft doesn't keep kicking me out the server though.
It shouldn't.
Last time I played with you, it kept doing it.
All that because I was streaming OBS and I was lagging the fuck out of my laptop.
Ah, okay.
Alright.
There,
Alright,
I got the
Tarkin.
shit set up now.
No, I'm gonna run an ad break while I switch games. Just be patient, yo.
Yep.
Yo, what the fuck was up with that? I must have been like standing right in the middle of the death effect or something. Oh fuck.
He still hasn't responded.
Yeah, I haven't tapped up. I can hear.
Okay.
Hey, kitty cat.
Ragni.
Alright, here we go.
Oh my god, dude, I can't even see what the fucking gumball is. Oh my god.
Joe's just getting beaten up.
I know he is, I'm watching.
The shock mimic just kept beating him up.
Nothing. For absolutely nothing. Watch it be the one that I fucking needed to.
Alright, he'll see it eventually. I'm going back to Minecraft. Night again.
Unable to connect.
That's weird. It might still be loading. Hi, Tarkin. There you go.
There we go. Finally.
We shouldn't kick you.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I got a Fortune 3 pickaxe.
Nice.
For real. And I got Sharpness 3 on my diamond sword, Sharpness 4 on my iron. I accidentally
Nice.
fucked up and put the 4 on my iron a while ago, but oh well.
Yeah. Puffer fish.
Yep. Ooh. Tarkin. I hear you. You being
Another
a mean-
puffer fish.
Hey, come over, bro. I got fishing rods. Come over, make one.
Yeah. I've got electricity 2 and breaking 3.
I got a lot better ones over here. I got some with
Okay.
mending, look at the sea 3.
Oh. Sugar canes already?
Let's go ahead and look at the small chest.
Wow.
Night, kitty, kitty.
Damn, I need experience.
Get to fishing. Just-
Yeah. I was trying to repair my fishing rod. Now we're just... I'm only getting cod and, puffer fish.
Makes sense.
Over those are absolutely nothing.
Ooh, I got a book. What was it? Impaling?
Nice.
That's useless.
Doesn't it do more damage?
Not for what I usually use. If it's not for what I use, I don't give a
Okay.
fuck.
The f... Oh my god.
What?
Still getting absolutely nothing from it.
You just started fishing. It's gonna be a minute.
No, I mean literally it pulls down, but then it gives me nothing.
You're supposed to not let it pull down.
I know. But I can't really do anything with this ping.
Oh. That bad?
Yes.
It's just a sphere. It's just a screen.
The fuck? I just got a trip
Oh.
wire. I just got a tripwire hook from the fishing.
There we go. Now that
By
should
the way,
fix
is
your
a spider
lag.
coming to you? Yep.
Night Tarkin, you're okay. What? What? You hear? What? What? I'm getting yelled at.
I can hear it.
I know. You're a good boy.
My
Bye.
cat only meows when it's getting picked up.
Oh, he meows and hear himself.
When my cat went outside, all she does is just sit at the door and stares at us. Doesn't make a sound or anything.
Has the lag cleared up for you?
A little bit, yeah.
Bet. It's just that damn rain.
Yeah. Damn, I'm only getting cod.
I got so much fucking cod, bro. I'm good for food.
Hmm. You just got salmon.
Mm-hmm. Where you going?
Back to land. I better start mine and get some iron shit.
I'll go with you.
I've already started a little mine in my house.
There's a here. I know a big cave.
Yeah.
Here.
I'm gonna grab some bunch of cobblestone just to be safe. I'm gonna grab a bunch of food. Fingers. I don't even have a furnace in my house. The fuck?
That's crazy.
Thought I already had one. I just built one. I'm cooking my meat. What the f- I just heard a fucking train in my cave.
That's weird.
I started walking down my man-made tunnel, and all I hear is like a train.
That's interesting.
Hmm.
You know, I don't feel like going all the way over you.
I'm at my little hobbit house right now. I'm just waiting for some food to cook. There you go. And
Are you coming back over here?
yeah, I just
Okay.
grabbing some meat.
I was about to teleport over to you.
I was just cooking some of my steak.
But I got about 2 stacks of cooked cod.
Okay. All I have for food on me right now is 12 pieces of bread, 7 steak, 64 carrots, 2 stacks of bread, 64 potatoes.
Nice. There you are.
Yep.
You ready?
Yep. I've got to be extra safe since I have no armor.
I got full enchanted iron, so I think we'll be alright.
Okay. And I only have stone tools
thought I
except
heard a
for my
zombie.
pickaxe, which is iron. Yeah. The zombie. No, this,
Okay, just leave it.
there was a zombie down there somewhere. I could hear it.
I'm gonna make us some... Freaking... Make us a crafting
What are you
table.
making?
Crafting
Okay.
table. And a bucket.
Should grab some water that's right here in your bucket.
Huh?
You should grab the water that's right here and put it in your bucket.
That's kind of what the plan was. I got you. Let's see. Bucket. Give me that.
Oh, there's lava down there. Bunch of copper. What's this?
That's a house.
Yeah,
You
but
coming?
whose house? Looks abandoned.
You coming?
Yep. It looks like an abandoned house. Oh, there's a mine shaft.
Yep.
Bunch of redstone.
Creeper behind you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just. Oh, there's a spider spawner.
They're pretty much already in there. I've already gone there.
Okay. I thought I was unlucky with that chest when there's basically nothing but rails.
Yo, come here. Come back over here. Look down.
I am. Yeah. Ow! A zombie villager is down there.
There's about to be us down there. Alright, this water's gonna take.
Mine from iron.
Alright.
I just got 7 pieces of iron.
Nice. Damn, this water. Oh, the water finally hit.
Yep. Taking you a
Hold on.
while. He's got a bow, but he doesn't want to shoot. He's a friendly little fella.
No, he's not. Here, I got a better bow. Check out my bow.
Oh. His bow was half already. Half the ability.
I see you, creeper.
What is that? Power 4?
Power 5. With infinity. Ragni,
Damn. I'm burning hot.
I spawned torches. Why are there still mobs?
Not enough torches to still with the dark spots
I
there.
hate this fucking update, dude. Caves suck.
Yeah. Oh, that's a gold helmet. With basically 0 durability.
I thought this was a lot bigger.
There's 2. Ow! Oh, my helmet's broken already.
Dude, do you see how many fucking torches I put down and there's still this many fucking... I hate the
Yep.
new updates so much, dude.
True. Oh, there's a bunch of lapis
Yeah, they're literally
up there.
spawning in the fucking torching.
Oh,
In the torches
my God.
area. Oh my fucking
oh
god.
my god, oh my god. Let's go! I got diamonds.
Where'd you go? It'd be nice if you let me know where'd you go.
I'm just above you.
Okay, that's not help. Oh, I see you.
I'm getting bullied.
Well, maybe stick with me.
I killed the bullies. Oh my god! 6 zombies just spawned in one little area, and one of them's got an iron sword.
Told you.
I'm coming back down to you.
No, we're going up here now. There's nothing down there.
Yeah, all these zombies that are right here just spawned.
Was that lightning? Dude,
That sounded more like an explosion.
no, that was definitely lightning.
Okay. There's basically nothing down here.
This cave looked a lot fucking bigger, dude.
Oh shit. That's a lot of experience.
Mm-hmm.
You got a baby zombie chasing you.
Of course. Of course, so there's something behind me. Oh, he's chasing you
Now
now.
it's chasing me. Wow. We might have to just dig in. With how bad this cat.
We're too low for
Zombie
iron.
villager. I just heard zombie villager.
Alright. That's definitely lightning.
That's the smallest lush cave I've ever seen.
Yep. Let's go this way. Bro, this cave fucking sucks.
Oh my god, a zombie just spawned with almost full golden armor. It's just missing the boots. A lot of lightning.
Yep.
Ow. I'm exploring.
Big old vein of
I
coal.
found more diamonds.
Here, hold on, leave him. I got a Fortune 3 pickaxe. Did you already mine them?
No, I haven't.
Okay, where'd you go?
I'm
You know-
coming back up.
Yeah, if you could call out when you're moving, that'd be nice.
I dropped down. Here's a waterfall.
Where?
I'm coming up. Don't worry. Uh. Ow! Do you see my name tag?
Yeah.
Yeah, up here.
God damn it, right? This is a horrible staircase.
All I did was place one block because I jumped up. I didn't need a staircase, all I had to do is jump. Down here.
See how many diamonds I got? 4.
Okay.
Here. I'm taking 1 for interest.
Damn.
It's-
Tax.
I mean, it's still a pretty good deal. You found.
Yeah.
You get 3
It's so
diamonds for the
tax.
one you found. Oh, these caves are connected?
Uh-oh.
Yo, Ragnar, I've already been that way. Let's go this way.
Okay, well there's a skeleton above me. Game keeps trying to say that I'm hot.
Who?
The game
Oh.
keeps putting me on lava.
Well, you keep putting yourself in lava.
Nuh-uh.
Uh-huh. I was
Nah.
gonna make a fuck ton of torches.
Have you explored this mine shaft that's down here?
Probably not. You got a baby zombie after you.
I know.
Bro, I'm trying to knock him off.
Damn, nothing. Actually, nothing. Not even a chest.
Ragnar, I gotta put torches down.
Diamond!
Nice. Oh my god, hold on. Get out of here. Alright, let me get these.
Oh my god. Boss.
Alright, it's 9 diamonds. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
I got him, don't worry.
Alright. There's your 5.
Thank you. Oh, even more!
God damn.
I'm a lucky charm.
For real.
Is it 4?
Oh, there's a chest over
It's
here.
a 4 vein. It's a 4 vein.
There's a chest with some iron.
Name tag.
I know you need
The
iron.
diamonds is a 4 vein, by the way.
Another 4.
6?
6?
I think it's a 8 vein. Yeah, it's an 8 vein.
Bets. Alright.
I'm a lucky charm. Oh my god. 9! That was a 9 vein of diamonds.
I got 19 diamonds from that.
Damn.
Fuck. Here's 10.
Thank you.
How many diamonds you got now?
22. You should start bringing me to more mining.
For real, bro.
Ow.
Ragni. Oh, hold up, bro. You just walked past him.
Oh? Oh. My screen was on fire.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it.
I got them. Yep.
Alright, how many you at now?
Oh, there's another chest.
I'm gonna go.
2 chests.
Yep. Oh, more lapis? Yes, please. And an iron pick? Man, more torches.
Nice.
What happened?
Dude,
What is it?
I just got enchanted golden apple.
No way.
I just got enchanted golden apple.
No, bro. coming?
Oh my god. Yeah, I
Looks
just
looks like-
eaten.
Looks like we haven't been this way.
Oh, this is dead end.
Looks like we're going the other way.
This is also a dead end.
Let's see if there's anything on the roof. Nope.
Something's up here.
Bro, thanks for blocking
Another
me in.
lair. And I think I just saw some more diamonds.
Bro,
Yeah.
you're blocking me in.
I found more diamonds. Four.
Where'd you go? I don't see your name tag. Oh, I see you.
I just went up. Yeah, it's another 4 vein. Oh,
You know, there's this thing called making a staircase.
I built up, okay? God, I'm lucky.
How many did you get?
Let's go. I've got 32.
Alright, I think you're good. Well, no, I'll still split them with you. Bro, hold on. You're the least... You're gonna make me have a heart
What?
attack.
What?
Another dead end.
Yep.
Now we gotta find our way out of here. Oh, raggedy, raggedy, raggedy. Alright, I got him, I got him.
We've already been down here, I'm guessing.
Maybe. Yep.
Stuff. Dead end. There's torches here. Oh! Yeah, we've been here. This is where I got my apple.
We did not go farther down this way. Bro!
We're out.
Which way now? It's over here.
Holy shit! Zombie just multiplied in front of me. Into 3.
Makes sense. It's a wall of lava right here. Some iron. See if Fortune 3 works on iron. It does not.
Skeleton witches. Diamonds!
We're at...
There's one up here, and then there's one a couple blocks above it.
Alright. Careful, bro, I'm shooting. I will literally one-shot you with my bow.
I think it's here. Did you mine them already?
I got the one.
The
There.
bo-
1, 2,
oh, yeah,
3. Creeper, creeper, creeper. You should have enough for a full set by now.
I do. And that was another 3 vein. I've got 38.
God damn. Alright, bro. Oh, where you at?
Not even more.
Bro.
Right here.
God damn it.
A 2 vein.
Where's that 4 vein?
I already took it.
Oh, but
More diamonds down here.
I think we're clear.
There's more. Oh, chainmail. Where'd the armor go? No! The armor blew up.
No! Hold on, don't worry, I'll just teleport you to me.
Yep. Well then.
There you go.
Thank you.
Careful of the witch.
Yep. think that's everything I had. My sword's about to break. Oh no. But there we go.
Alright, where are those more diamonds?
Don't see any more.
I thought you said there was more.
You already mined those.
I thought you said there was more after.
No.
Oh, I gotta put more torches in my hotbar.
But this cave was full of diamonds.
For real. Let's not go this way. Iron over here.
You have 4 zombies and a bat chasing you.
That don't chase me.
Where it was.
If I could fucking get this iron, please. Stupid zombies.
Oh, there goes my sword. Full golden armor skeleton behind us. This little tunnel way. Iron. Well, I've got more diamonds than I do iron. That's insane.
There's nothing. How far did the skeleton fucking follow us, dude?
For real. Which one was it?
It was a gold one.
Oh, the full
Where are
gold
you
armor.
going?
Going down.
Why don't you just go the other way?
Because there's a new area down here.
Bro, there's water down here. Which... Oh,
Diamond.
bet.
Will that change your mind?
Well, normally I don't go down these small ass caves. I just turn the other way.
Well, maybe you should.
That's 21. 1, 2, 3.
Cute. I'm just sniffing out all the diamonds, like, oh my god.
For real.
Oh, we're back up here. Ow!
Nice.
Ow! Ow!
There's a creeper coming behind you.
And I'm getting banned by a fucking skeleton.
There's another witch. Where'd you go?
Up.
Did you build me a staircase too?
I'm building a staircase. A parkour staircase. Really? What do you think of my little staircase?
I don't know. I can't see right now, so if you could like. This is-
Oh, there's an area all over there.
Let's go. There's some iron right there.
Why you do that when you can just bridge over?
I'm trying to get the iron.
Ah.
It's a lot of iron.
Is there anything? There's iron up here, copper. Don't really see any diamonds.
37 more
Ooh.
iron. Nothing up there.
Nothing up there except iron and copper. We could check all the way up there. Ow! That bitch just put me down to 3 arts.
How you doing on food?
Do you need food?
I said, how are you doing on food?
I've got 2 stacks of bread, 2 stacks of potatoes. That's
Oh.
basically, and almost a stack of carrots.
Oh, so you're good.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a. Oh my god, you picked the worst places to go.
Who did?
You.
Check your diamond count.
Yeah.
You should be thanking me.
You're welcome, but I wish they were a little easier to get to. Oh, good lapis.
It's not going to reward you for doing something easy.
How big these caves are, we should be tripping over diamonds. I mean, I guess we are.
Yeah. I smell more.
Hold on, we walked past some iron.
I smell more diamonds. What's Muffy doing?
She's probably still asleep. Or just waking up.
Ah,
Ragni, creeper just blew up the staircase.
of course it did. Why are you bringing creepers up to my staircase, young boy?
I'm older than you, excuse me.
Fine, why are you bringing creepers to my staircase, grandpa?
I'm not that old. How the fuck did you get over there?
Digging.
No, seriously, Ragni.
I'm like a mole.
Seriously,
I'm
dude,
like a
you need to
mole rat.
start. How
What?
you know you have someone with you mining who needs to get where you need to go also.
All I'm doing is just digging upwards into a man-made tunnel.
Well, Place down some torches or something so I know where it is. Or better yet,
Can't you see
come
my
back.
name tag?
I can, but that doesn't fucking do me any good when I'm looking at a chasm across it, is it?
Look, when I turned around because you said you blew up the staircase, you were right behind me.
Alright, can you just come back down here, please?
I am. You see my name tag now?
No, I don't. Just get over here. Okay, make the
Hello.
damn staircase.
Like I said, I was digging upwards.
Okay, you got up to here, so how did you get up there?
Digging. That's me what I did. I dug up. This is what I was doing.
Oh, I thought you found something else. I'm not strip mining. There's a slime down here.
I'm not even strip mining, I'm just going up.
I'm going back
Trying
the
to
way.
get out.
We can go back the way we came. We're in that main area.
Well, it's too late now. My pickaxe is about to break.
We don't need to. Just
Oh, water. I'm out. I'm under ice. This isn't good. I'm under ice and I'm drowning.
well, I said we shouldn't go that way. And now you're gonna get your stuff back.
I've got a boat. I know the rough area of where I was. I think. The frozen lake.
Good morning, Mothy.
Hello, Muffy. Just so you know, Muffy, I found Nala's almost over a stack of diamonds. Didn't I, Nihilus?
Yes, you did. Along with Fortune 3 had to help.
I'm the one that found them all.
True. Oh, you did walk past a couple.
Yeah, when I was on fire. My diamond sniffer doesn't work when I'm on fire.
I guess that's fair.
Okay, I don't know why I don't know why I died.
Alright.
I found the cave that we went to, I think. I'm in a snowy spruce biome. Oh. How am I supposed to get up there?
How's it feel?
At least you had a pickaxe.
Go back and bridge.
I've got nothing. I mean nothing, not even a pickaxe to mine.
Here, come back. I got a pickaxe for you.
Ow!
Bro. That is wild.
The spider knocked me down and just jumped me.
Once Monty gets on, we'll just use her to teleport out of here.
Yeah.
Alright, teleporting you back to me. Bruh.
I got kicked.
Bruh.
I got kicked.
Skeleton spawned right in front of a torch. I fucking love this game.
Oh my god. That sucks. But yeah, that spider legit knocked me down and then jumped onto me.
I watched all of that.
It really wanted my blood. I'm in, by the way. Thank you. I'm behind you.
I know. I see. Alright.
You don't even have your Nile skin anymore.
Yes, I do.
Not for me.
Well, that's a you problem. Dude, I'm
Amethyst.
nice.
You've got to dig us up.
No, we're going the way we came.
Well, then I'm gonna lose everything.
Oh my, oh, that's right. Hold on. Go back up the water.
Yeah. We're gonna dig up.
And you gotta try to find your stuff without drowning.
Yep. The reason I drowned was because I was literally under layers of ice.
If we lose those diamonds, I'm gonna be mad.
The bridge is up here. The staircase you forced me to build for you.
What do you mean, force? I didn't put a gun to your head.
Yes, you did. You put that one shot in bow.
Oh my god.
You put that one shot bow to my head. Told me to build that ladder, build that staircase.
Alright, Ragni, why did you dig straight up?
To get out quicker.
That's where you went wrong.
I'm here. And now
Move-
you're Alex. And you just fucking
Move
blink
so I can dig. Ooh, iron.
Bruh.
I wonder if it's raining again.
It wasn't raining when you teleported me. It was just sunny. There we go. The fuck was that?
A zombie.
No, it's not a fucking zombie.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Alright, Ragni. Where the fuck's your stuff?
Up top. I legit dug out.
Go dig.
Thank you.
I'm gonna teleport the Mothy.
Yep.
Oh. Mothy, one of the geo coordinates.
Gravel. I don't know what the geo coordinates is. Okay, so I'm above the ice now. Where is it? Where the fuck is it?
I got a full set of diamond armor.
I quit.
Bro, just go back down to where you were. Did we really lose those diamonds?
I was swimming around there, but my thing just kept going down way too quick. And then the water just refroze after I dug it up.
Next time, just listen to me and say, let's go back the way we came.
I didn't know we
Please.
were under a fucking frozen lake.
That's why you don't dig straight up.
I just found the frozen lake. Immediately. Okay, so let me look for the stuff.
And now I could start fishing.
Yes, you can start fishing. Bro, why do we run out of oxygen so fucking quickly?
I have no idea. Ooh, I don't have work. I get to stream all fucking day. I don't have to get off at 9. I can keep going.
Go. But yeah, I swear, next time I get kicked, I'm just not playing anymore.
Really?
Yeah. Pissing me off with how much I'm getting kicked out of the game.
Damn. I don't know why it's a recent thing. I don't know why he's never done it before. I only started doing it after the Streamlabs bullshit.
Don't forget, it could just be because I'm on the other side of the planet as you.
True.
And Minecraft isn't really that good with lag. Oh my god.
Oh, that's the old fucking command for changing day. Don't even know how the fucking drowned saw me in my house.
I'll try to log on just to get her coords for Moffy. Okay, Niles?
Alright.
Because I'm getting kicked again, so... So I'm gonna try to get the coords for her and then get out.
Alright. Oh my god. I don't have any useful books for my diamond armor.
Damn.
Almost to 30 levels though. Once I get to 30 levels, it should be good.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, have you built those bookshelves with the books I gave you yet?
Oh yeah, it's changing room's all done.
Yeah. I put 12 books in the chest in there for you.
But yeah, we used them yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, we finished it up yesterday.
Not even letting me connect now. Let me try again. Locating.
There you are.
Here we go. Where the fuck am I? This isn't where I left. This isn't where I got kicked from.
Lag? Lag set you back?
Yeah, I got... I have no idea where I am. My coordinates right now is 3,850, negative 1883.
What's
Okay,
descriptive?
I'm here.
The-
She's probably talking about what I said with the where the geode is in the chat. It's just in the cave near your house, in the middle layer of the cave. That's all I said. Don't worry, I'm looking for it now. I'm 1 HP.
Bro.
Half a heart. And there's... Go.
I can't believe we lost those diamonds, bro.
At least you still got your one. At least you still got your ones.
They're all armor now.
Of course they are. That was 43 diamonds gone.
Dude! That's enough for 2 sets.
Yep.
Did you hear that, Mothy?
43 diamonds.
You lost 43
gone.
diamonds because you decided to dig up.
Yep. That's what I normally do. I dig up.
No! Cause shit like that will happen.
I didn't think we were above a frozen lake.
You never know. That's why you don't dig straight up.
The rule is you don't dig straight down.
It's the same way going up.
Spawner. Come down here.
Oh, now that I actually want mobs to spawn in the dark, they're not gonna. Makes sense.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
I'm 2 hearts and I'm getting hunted down.
Bro.
Hello.
Wow.
What?
What do you mean, what?
What? You just go and say, wow. That's all you said.
Yeah, you know
No, I don't.
you do.
No.
How do you do that?
What?
How many did you lose again?
43.
43.
43 fucking
Yes.
diamonds. Gone.
Plus an enchanted golden apple.
Oh my god!
Cause you're... Wow.
And here we are. I thought we were extremely productive today.
You missed some iron. I don't know what you're on.
Well, you see, I have Fortune 3, so 1 iron will give me 4.
Wow.
I think we had a stack of diamonds. He was finding them, so I'd give him 3, I'd take 1, and he lost them all.
Yeah.
Horrendous.
Really
Plus
is.
about 35 iron.
You're not helping your case, Ragni.
really aren't.
But yeah, we never actually got to the geode. I just saw in the distance. It's like in the middle layer. Like you drop down to the bottom, then you go up a bit, and that's where you see it. That's all I can say.
Descriptive.
Well, like Nala said, I was just running around. Isn't that right, Nala?
Yes.
I was just running around finding them all.
Yes, I got your coffee mug. Yes, I did.
You know, I'd be following him. I'd turn around for a second, and he'd be like 90 blocks away. But I found diamonds. Like, bro, give me a minute to catch up. I'm placing torches.
Sounds like Allie. I wouldn't be either.
Bro, you keep bragging about it like it's an accomplishment.
I mean, it technically is. Who else loses that?
I mean, you're right.
See?
Thanks, Creeper.
What'd the creeper do?
Explode.
Damn. I wonder how suicidal the creepers are.
Bruh.
Because they literally hunt you down just to blow themselves up.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, World War II Japan.
What's to talk about them?
Yeah. Who are you talking about then?
I can't say right now.
Damn. Oh.
Talking about.
Oh. My type of people.
Sure, if you want to call it that.
Damn, okay. Muffy probably doesn't understand.
Probably not.
Do you think I'm that bad?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Wow.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get a drink.
Alright.
You better hurry the fuck back so you can get your shit.
Oh, he's never finding those diamonds.
Oh, lovely.
Alright, I'm at 29 levels. Is that another fucking
I only
witch?
have 9 levels.
Yes, it is.
Oh my god.
You gotta be shitting me right now.
Where did
I-
you die?
At the cave.
Oh man.
The diamond stuff is coming out.
You want me to go with you?
Sure. I'm going to the first cave. Staircase.
I didn't know there was more than one.
The first one we made!
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that there was another one though.
The one behind the house?
Yeah. I'm just saying I was not aware that we had more than one.
Yeah, there's two. Well, this one and the one behind the house.
Oh. Not
Although-
just the one behind your house. So.
No, your house.
Oh. I thought they were connected.
Eventually, yes.
gonna fix these fucking stairs. Swear to God.
I had 29 levels and I fucking died to a fucking witch. Fuck off! I think I got everything.
There's stuff right there.
Is it important?
I'm back.
There's some name tags.
I don't give a fuck about name tags. I fish a
My
lot.
inventory's full though.
Alright. That witch is gone apparently. I'm so mad I lost all those fucking levels, you have no idea.
Fuckers. Like 2 of them on my ass.
The skeleton has a diamond sword? Did I see that correctly?
Yeah. Probably mine.
So what? How the fuck is this skeleton gonna have a diamond sword?
Martha, you need to hurry up. I need to get back up. I need to
I'm-
edit some stream.
And I just banned someone on your stream.
I'm on my way down. I need to get my shit.
And craft armor, please.
Okay. I have like 2 diamonds. What do you mean?
Iron armor.
Okay, I have 1 iron. I should better. There are 2.
Your stuff is
two
up
crystals
here.
Where my shit is. Where?
Up where I'm at. I'm low on health. And I have my diamond stuff on.
Holy shit.
Greek might be joining.
Martha, where are you going?
I was trying to get away from that fucking creeper.
Try going away toward the staircase.
Fuck. Christ. Oh my fucking god. I'm sleeping.
Nope, get out of bed.
Oh my god. I need handheld torches, I swear to god.
need to do something real quick. Just get what's important and come back up. Okay. I can reload the stream and look at chat. My Wi-Fi cut out for a minute on my other laptop.
I just got like a very, very short-lived disconnect screen, so. I still have not gotten everything.
You got everything?
No, I don't. Fucker!
Are you serious?
Are you fucking... Are you...
You had everything? You had your...
No! No, I didn't
What
have
were-
everything. I was going back.
What were you missing?
And get the other stuff. I was missing my diamonds and my pick. I was going back to get it. I don't know how I died because I ate and I waited. And my hearts went up.
And I have a Fortune 3 pickaxe. You can just leave the 2 diamonds. I got 1. If you find more, I'll get 4.
Fucking skeletons, I'm fine. We need to light up that fucking cave. I can't.
Well, all your stuff is over here. It's
I
strewn
know,
literally
I'm going.
everywhere.
I know. Because I keep fucking dying.
So just grab what's important and dip. You don't need those 2
I-
diamonds. I have Fortune 3.
Okay, well, I want my pick and my sword at least.
What pick is it?
I don't know, fucking diamond one.
Okay,
I
I
don't
have
have anything special on it.
I have an extra diamond pick you can have.
Okay, I have my sword.
Alright, let's go. You're welcome. Yeah, that I have diamonds, Mothy. It's not important.
But I like my own diamond.
Okay, but when you're dying 4 times to go get one thing, it's not worth it.
I'm stubborn. You know this. I'm fixing these stairs.
Oh. You know what? Hold on. Here, hopefully you'll stop dying so much. They should be all protection, I think. Mostly. I just got shot up by a trident? From where?
Didn't even get the trident.
I don't care for tridents.
I think they look cool.
They do.
I
but
don't necessarily use them.
they're cool early game because they do like 8 or 9 attack damage, but I quickly wear off.
I mean, unless you got loyalty on that shit, it's not worth it. Because it just won't automatically come back to you.
It's better to use a sword.
I got an unbreaking and power 2. Power 1 bow.
Nice.
I need to get more stone. Awesome.
What?
A zombie somehow got up here, and I was going down to go mine some fucking stone, and it dropped a unbreaking to efficiency
Oh,
to
here.
shovel.
Get rid of that stone sword.
Jesus Christ. How the
Behi-
fuck?
We have torches there. They are not following us from down in the stairs. They're not.
Can't spawn here.
They're not following us from there because they can't see us. I miss the old Minecraft. I really, really do. Well, we got two stacks of lapis, by the way.
Oh, nice. Now I pet any of the lapis that I had in the enchanting room chest. So,
Yeah, I put all my lapis in there too.
Cause like that's basically all it's good for. other than being blue dye, but I don't plan on using blue dye.
$30 enchantment for thorns. I think I'll pass. All right, you ready to go to bed?
Yeah. Let me get back up. I don't ended up standing.
You ended up standing.
Yeah, I was sitting in the corner and now it's not.
Interesting.
Now it's just standing in the corner.
The dog.
Yeah. Ugh, my nose.
Ooh, I need 4 more levels. Have you searched your roof yet?
Kinda.
Kinda. What do you mean kinda?
Well, I dropped like all of my stairs down there.
Oh.
So I'm just waiting for time to pass. I went down to go get some cobble so I can make some bricks. Or, but not like bricks, but the cobbled bricks or whatever the fuck they're called. Stone bricks. There we go. I'm gonna upgrade the farm.
Alright.
What the fuck, bitch? I didn't do nothing to you.
What happened?
Fucking spider just came out of nowhere. It's daytime, bitch.
What book is that? Protection and efficiency 3. I have a choice to make. Protection 3 on my chest plate or efficiency 3 on my pickaxe.
Ooh.
I think I'm gonna go with the chest plate. Are you good?
No, I'm dying.
It's not allowed.
Well, unfortunately for you, that's what I'm doing.
Too bad.
What do you mean too bad?
Exactly what I said. I just need to get a fire aspect book. That'd be sick. I know I got basic enchantments on my diamond armor.
You have an anvil?
I do.
Cool. I use it.
Sure. You want to use it whenever. Don't worry about it.
That gave me like nothing.
What is it?
I'm trying to repair this fucking shovel.
You got an iron shovel?
Yeah.
Oh, I have 60 iron. Hold on.
I have one.
Here, come back. Creeper,
Where?
out of the cave.
Oh.
Go make some shovels.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me go clear out some inventory space first.
Alright.
Got pack rat mentality.
I feel that. See what y'all been yapping about.
Oh my fucking nose, dude. Ugh. Oh yeah. So I just remembered that Oliver has an appointment at like 10 tomorrow. Gosh, my nose was not running. That'd be fucking great.
What?
I said I just remembered Oliver has an appointment at like 10 tomorrow morning.
Nice.
This drown has a bowl. Why do you have no lights here?
Why do I have what?
No, no lights here.
Because I don't need lights.
The co-main is maybe Geichi, right? Yeah, Geichi.
Shut
and,
up, what the fuck?
Steve. It was supposed to be Dan Hooker, but for some.
Go to sleep. Ah, what? What is nearby? Are you? It's a skeleton. A bitch.
Ooh, I got a book. What is it? What is it? What is it? Piercing 3, fucking useless. Means we gotta find a new entire cave system if we want diamonds.
Well, I mean, there's that one behind the house.
They're connected.
Yeah.
No, we combed that shit dry. Just for him to die.
The fuck?
What happened?
Fucking skeleton. How is it not? Oh, it's 'cause that fucking floating tree.
Is Quinn awake yet?
She doesn't watch on the weekend. She's
Oh.
her.
I'm gonna burn all these saddles.
I took one.
Take them all.
I only wanted one,
Why don't you want them all?
and it was just like on the ground. So I don't want them all.
Why not?
I don't need them all.
I think you do. I don't need them all.
I don't need that many saddles.
I don't need this many saddles. Yippee, another fishing pole with lure 3 and unbreaking. Like I have a million of those. Oh, I'm Luck of the Sea 3, Breaking 3, Lure 3, and Mending. You want this one?
Sure.
It's a perfect rod. I didn't even realize I had it.
There's like no durability on this. Holy shit.
It's mending, so it doesn't matter.
Nautilus shell.
Nice. He said, "Fuck you."
Right? A pufferfish.
I have almost
Ooh,
2
name
stacks
tag.
of those.
I love name tags.
Why?
I don't know. I just do.
I've been live already almost 3 hours and it's 7 o'clock.
Well, yeah, you got off early, you said.
Yep.
And you didn't text me good morning.
My phone is dead.
Well, maybe you should charge it.
It is charging, but you know my phone is stupid. It takes a long time to get it to turn on after it's dead. Yeah, I can't eat pufferfish. Oh wait, hold on, I can. I just have full.
It'll poison you.
No, I don't care. I just need to get rid of them.
We could use them and put them around Ragni's base.
What are those gonna? What are they gonna do?
Put him in a little spot of water.
Are they?
Put a trapdoor over it, and he still gets hit.
They're dead.
Oh, wait, you're right. But
You can't spawn them. I'm
I mean,
doing.
technically you could if
I'm
you had
doing the
spawn egg.
Minecraft equivalent of drugs.
Oh, lovely.
I'm gonna try to make it over to you while walking nauseous. Oh my god, this is so... Oh my god. Hi.
Hi.
I almost died.
Good job. Probably don't do that.
Yeah. That would have been embarrassing.
That would have been. I mean, at least you would have been easily able to retrieve your stuff, so.
True.
Can I bum 3 diamonds to make a diamond hoe?
I only have 1 diamond.
Okay, so can I have iron then?
Yeah.
I didn't need that much.
Well, now you have
Jesus.
some.
Thank you.
I only had almost a stack.
I sound horrendous right now. Ugh,
That doesn't sound too bad.
I do.
Oh,
I
hold on.
sound horrendous.
Oh, hey, come here. I have a golden hoe with unbreaking. This zombie won't work for me. Not anymore. You're my golden hoe.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe you just said that to me.
It was I couldn't help myself. It was too funny. I will just ruin that for you.
Please don't.
It's gonna be our trampoline.
No.
I'm about to say, why are you doing it so slow?
Why is it? Oh my god. What the fuck? Are you doing something to them?
No, I'm not. That's weird. Well, I'm gonna craft a hoe. If I have sticks, I should have sticks.
Ooh.
Where the fuck are my sticks? Did I use them all already? Guess so.
We're bitch.
I'm back.
What's up, Ragni?
Only took you 20
Nothing
minutes.
much. Shut up.
No.
Yes.
I am hungry. I want some
No.
Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
That sounds so good right now, honestly.
DoorDash.
That's so fucking weird. Because, like, oh my god. It's because they're not touching water.
1 sec. I've got a friend that's in VC and he's asleep. I'm gonna join, play the loudest soundboard, and leave.
Bam.
That's fucked up.
That is a W.
Some of them are touching water. What the fuck?
I'm back.
What up? Do you wake him up?
I think so. I joined, played the bass boosted metal clang sound, and just left.
What the fuck? Oh, you dick.
A double Western
I'm
bacon
a
sounds
dick.
good.
That one is pretty good, actually.
By the way, Nihilus, I changed my profile pic again.
What is it?
Arthur Morgan, but as a samurai.
Nice.
Ooh.
A cherry Coke? Yes, please. No ice. Save.
It's the only way to do it. You didn't
Yes,
notice that
changed.
was the name of your VC?
Huh?
Did on me.
You
I
still
did.
didn't
That's what
know?
I'm saying. I was saying it in case you didn't know. That you two are my hostages.
Yeah, no, because I didn't read it before I joined.
I swear I joined Josh's. Did you drag me in here?
No, you joined mine.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we left and came back in.
Mine's right above.
Actually, should I get some McDonald's too? Get some chicken nuggets.
Ew.
Huh? Ew.
I did say ew, yeah.
To McDonald's?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I mean, from what Well, I've
Well,
heard
you
American
should know
McDonald's
that.
is horrible.
That's just a me thing. I ate McDonald's a lot as a kid, so it just doesn't sit well in my stomach anymore. All right.
Alright, back to
Ah,
the game. Yo, I'm gonna run an ad break real quick.
I haven't been getting them. Like
Oh,
it's saying running ad break, but it's not.
strange.
Having Prime automatically gives me ad free.
No, it doesn't. Come on, come on, come on, load.
Ow. What was I doing? Yeah. The golden hoe broke.
Damn.
Ah. Are you kidding me?
What?
Fucker.
If a phone could turn on, that'd be great. Looks like ad break done. You know what I'm thinking about doing, Mothy? Mothy? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hello? Oh, great. Hello?
I have no idea what's going on.
Did you see the chat?
No.
I was putting that I was having connection issues.
Oh.
Did you leave?
It kicked me.
Oh. You know what I'm thinking about doing?
What?
Streaming and watching YouTube.
Streaming what now?
Streaming and watching YouTube. Nothing?
I mean, it's up to you. I need more dirt.
Whew.
I wish my nose would stop.
I wish my food would get here already. Oy, oy, oy.
Oh my god.
What
That's
happened?
not something I want to see. Allie's dog is on my bed. And when I went to sleep, all I could see is like the inside of the dog. Oh, my fucking back hurts.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I had to like put Allie up in her bed last night because she kept fucking hit me in the face. Why are you laughing? You
'Cause
act like you're any better.
I am. Did I hit you last time?
That's because you sleep. No, but that's because I got up.
Really?
Yeah.
I see how it is. You didn't want to cuddle me while sleeping.
No, because I didn't want to get hit again.
That's so mean.
Besides, I had the kids. I had the kids.
So mean.
Are you asleep?
No, I'm waiting on my food. Hold on, give me a minute. I had to put my shoes back on. In case this idiot couldn't find me.
You also have to come over today.
Today?
Today.
I thought it was tomorrow.
Oliver has an appointment tomorrow at 10.
Ah, shit, and there goes me streaming all day. Okay, I gotta go get my food, I'll be back.
Alright.
Tarkin! Meow.
Ow.
Oy, oy, oy. Really? Fucking moron.
What?
Stupid fucking driver. Tarkin! Oh, shit.
Oh. Thank God it's none of my house. Holy shit. I hate creepers so much.
What is this idiot doing?
Couldn't tell you.
He's gone like a mile from my house now. Oh. Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay. Holy sh-
Oi. I'm back. Put on the headphones. Hello, hello. Mothy?
Hello, I am switching laundry.
Okay,
Give me just a second.
you're good. Oh.
Oh, cold outside.
Yes, it is. I was just out there.
Yeah, I'm only going in my laundry room. I'm wearing a tank top and shorts right now. I don't. Oh my god. This is awful. This is horrendous. At least the sun's out today, though.
Yeah. I think I might end
You're
the,
supposed to get up to the.
I think I might end the gaming here.
Okay.
Alright. You gonna stay in voice chat?
It's up to you.
It's up to you. I'm
I
not,
mean, you're gonna be coming over at some point today.
I really wasn't planning on it, but I was hoping for tomorrow.
Oh, well, I mean, we'll figure it out. If I have to call him at ABA tomorrow, I will. But he does have to go to his appointment. If I need to let you stay here, I need to let you stay here.
Okay. Is Joe still online? Yes,
Are
he
you s-
is.
I don't know. Are
Yeah,
you still gonna stream?
yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm just gonna stream
Alright.
some YouTube. Alright, you getting off?
I don't know.
No, I want to see how.
Well,
There should be
Titus.
a window capture.
Hello, Titus.
Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna play Minecraft on my world.
Okay. Hold on. Gotta close out some stuff. Alright, we're gonna watch some interesting stuff on YouTube. I just gotta update my stream info real quick. Hold on. You guys can't see that.
You guys, as in me?
Yeah, I have 4 people watching. Well, there were 4.
Oh, it only says 2 for me.
No.
It says you and me. Got diamond horse armor on this world.
Nice.
And a tank with 2 axolotls.
Alright. Can you look at the stream, see how the YouTube quality is? Hold on, first I gotta. Nope.
Are you watching a Minecraft video? Because it's showing the Minecraft screen. You're gonna
No,
exit out
I'm
of
not.
Minecraft.
I know, I'm trying to do something. I'm trying to make it so that no one sees my Twitch stuff. I have the window
Okay.
invisible right now. Alright, there it should be visible now. Close out of Minecraft. YouTube. Unsolved USS Poet mystery. That looks interesting.
I think it's running smoothly.
I can't hear anything. Can you?
I can hear it, yeah.
I can't hear anything.
Let's hit it. Oh, fuck you, drown.
Why can't I hear anything?
I don't know.
Hold on. There we go.
It was a terrible nightmare.
Oh my god, that's loud.
A feeling of water. I awoke screaming.
Is that better?
The sea monster's got me. The nightmare was a terminating experience. Something had ended.
Alright, I
It was a
could not
weird
understand
feeling.
you. You
It was
were
a
cutting
very
out.
real gut feeling. I've never had
Instead of
that
trying to
kind of
listen for it,
experience
did you
before
pause it?
or
No.
since.
No, my stream's
It was
lagging.
the very next day that I got the first piece of information that the ship was overdue.
No, why is it lagging
Reverend
right
Granville
now, man?
Hinthorn,
Let me fix it.
father of Mark Hinthorn, third engineer on the SS Poet. Hinthorn wasn't the only one who experienced
Yeah, I'm gonna try
the
to
prophetic dream
do it
about
on
the
my
ill-fated
PC.
SS Poet. The The aging freighter left Philadelphia with a crew of 34 on October 24, 1980. She was never heard from again. There wasn't even a distress call.
I love
It was the first time
old
in
ships
nearly 20
disappearing.
years that a U.S. flagged
It's so
vessel
fascinating.
vanished without a trace.
Oh, Jesus Christ, ow. Okay, so I don't think I'm hearing the video on stream now.
How about now?
The SS Poet was an unremarkable ship. Initially designed to carry troops in World War II under the name USS General Omar Bundy, by 1980 she
picking
was
it up.
well into her second life serving as a bulk
quiet.
cargo carrier. Many of her former
But I
fleetmates
can hear
had
it.
already been scrapped, but a select few carried on.
Okay, now I can
With
hear
proper
better.
maintenance, their simple design could in theory
Like, how
sail
much
for
better?
decades. Instead, the
It's-
Poet's
I-
various
I
owners
can hear it.
routinely put off key repair
not
work
super
and
quiet,
carried out
but-
that's
only
still
what
not- I
was
need it
absolutely
louder.
required to keep
Just
the
hearing it
aging
isn't
ship
enough.
compliant. And even still, she was exempted from several modern safety regulations mandated
Right
by
there
the
is good.
1974 Solis Convention.
I didn't even touch anything.
In early August 1980, the Poet sat in
me
Corpus
know if it
Christi,
still changes.
Texas, waiting as Hurricane Allen bore down on the city. The old ship was well past her prime, but with the right preparations, the storm posed little
You got
threat.
a little louder.
Just a
but
few months prior, on May
I
6th,
can hear it,
the
so-
Poet passed her
A
biennial
little
Coast
louder.
Guard dry
Clear.
dock safety
Okay, loud and
inspection.
clear.
No, I can hear it loud
And a
clear.
year before
Yeah.
that, in August 1979, she was recertified by the American Bureau of Shipping.
God, I sound
But that
awful.
inspection found serious issues with her number 1 hatch cover. While this was a major safety concern, she passed the inspection on the condition that the hatch be repaired when the ship was scheduled for dry docking in March 1982. This was indicative of the overall state of the Poet. As David Heindel, a former crew member, stated, she was on her last days, no question. But I didn't think the Coast Guard would have allowed us to sail if she was not seaworthy. This uneasy sense of confidence allowed the old ship to sail on. Some minor repairs were carried out after her last safety inspection. Following the Coast Guard's mandate, repairs were made to her boilers, main deck, and fire hose assemblies. But it was the bare minimum. Hurricane Allen passed over Corpus Christi, leaving the Poet largely unscathed. Her owners had secured a contract under the Food for Peace program to carry shipments of corn from the United States to Port Said, Egypt, where it would be distributed to people in need. So her owners had little reason to invest in a major overhaul. The ship was deemed safe, and after all, the only thing that mattered was eking out profit. For the crew who lived and sailed on her, this was not a major concern. The ship seemed safe enough, and they needed the work. The choice was never really theirs. And so the Poet sailed on, heading to Philadelphia, where she would load her cargo and prepare for what should have been a routine voyage across the Atlantic.
Can you imagine being in one of these ships that go missing?
World
just
War II
vanish?
presented a problem for the United
I
States.
could not.
How do you fight two major wars on opposite sides of the planet, each on the other side of a massive ocean? Combating Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan demanded the ability to quickly and efficiently transport troops and equipment all over the world. Workers across the United States banded together to produce a truly astonishing number of new vessels. Shipyards across the country buzzed with activity, constructing everything from simple Liberty ships to massive new aircraft carriers. 81 Type C-4 class ships, the largest cargo ships built by the United States Navy during World War II, were built between 1941 and 1945. 30 of these ships were specifically designed to carry troops. This variation was called the General G.O. Squire class transport. In 1944, the hull of AP-152 was laid down at the Kaiser Company shipyard in Richmond, California. These simple ships were designed to be built as quickly and efficiently as possible. Named USS General Omar Bundy, AP-152 was a typical example of her class. She was named after Major General Omar Bundy, a career U.S. Army officer who served in the American Indian Wars, the Spanish-American War, the Philippine-American War, and most notably World War I. USS General Omar Bundy was launched on August 5, 1944. She was sponsored by Mrs. Lawrence Wainwright of Richmond. She displaced 9,950 tons light and 17,250 tons full. She measured 522 feet 10 inches or 159.36 meters in length, with a beam of 71 feet 6 inches or 21.79 meters. She was operated by a complement of 356 officers and enlisted men, and could carry up to 3,823 troops. She was powered by a single-screw steam turbine that could produce 9,900 shaft horsepower and achieve a service speed of 17 knots. After a brief fitting out period, USS General Omar Bundy entered service on January 6, 1945, and immediately went to work. She departed San Francisco Bay on March 10th with 2,700 sailors and mariners bound for Pearl Harbor, Ulithi, and Guam. After returning 1,700 troops to San Francisco, she sailed for the Atlantic to redeploy troops to the Pacific as the war in Europe came to an end. Throughout the final months of the war, USS General Omar Bundy transported troops all over the world. By the time she entered service, the Japanese and German navies were in shambles, and an Allied victory was inevitable. So while transport missions only a few months before would have been tense affairs, these late war voyages were mostly uneventful. After the war, the Omar Bundy continued repatriating troops until she was decommissioned on June 14, 1946. Following a very brief layup, she was transferred to the War Department on August 30, 1946, and spent the next 2.5 years repatriating troops, transporting refugees, and carrying personnel all over the world. But by the end of 1949, the displacements caused by World War II had mostly been settled, and transports like the General Omar Bundy no longer had a purpose. She was decommissioned on December 12, 1949, and transferred to the National Defense Reserve Fleet. She was mothballed in the James River in Virginia, where she would remain for the next 15 years.
Kitty. Night Tarkin.
As Lottie Zucker-Fredette drove her son
Did you
Hans
see him
Zucker to the
nuzzle
Grand
me?
Point Terminal in South Philadelphia,
I did.
she couldn't help shake the overwhelming sense of dread. There was no reason to worry about this upcoming voyage. Her oldest son was at a crossroads. He recently dropped out of SIU's quartermaster training program, and he was more interested in following the Phillies than facing the realities of planning his future. But he wasn't lazy, and he was happy to sign on as an able-bodied seaman on the SS Poet. The voyage would be a simple one, across the Atlantic and back. Still, as the mother hugged her son, she began to cry. Something just didn't feel right. Hans didn't quite understand, but he hugged her again and reassured her that he would be home for Christmas.
No, he wouldn't.
He said goodbye and boarded the ship,
He's not gonna be home.
ready to get to work. The Poet's irregular schedule made it difficult for Captain Leroy A. Warren to find crew, and the ship was understaffed even as her holds were cleaned and prepared for the upcoming voyage. Much of the deck crew from her previous voyage quit the ship. It was no secret that the Poet was a ship well past her prime. Her previous master, Captain Schindler, complained that vital repairs were often neglected, and on some voyages, critical equipment sometimes failed. On one trip, the freighter sailed half the voyage without working radar.
Huh.
The Poet had passed through a series of owners. In 1964, the Bethlehem Steel Corporation purchased the USS Omar Bundy and several other World War II-era transports that had sat in mothballs for well over 10 years, and converted them into modern cargo ships. The Bundy was renamed SS Portmar and operated under a Bethlehem Steel subsidiary, the Kalmar Line. She remained with the company until it folded in 1976. The Portmar was then sold to the Ashley Steamship Company on August 10th of that year and renamed the SS Port. She was sold one last time on May 11th, 1979 to the Hawaiian Eugenia Corporation and renamed the SS Poet. While the ship was showing her age, her living quarters were comfortable and surprisingly spacious. Her crew lounge even had a piano, though it was severely out of tune. In the days leading up to her scheduled departure, a call was put out for additional crew. Soon, men began trickling in. The Poet may not have been the best assignment in the world, but work was work. 23-year-old Stephen Connors and 31-year-old Ricky Saley joined the ship as seamen. Neither man planned to return to the sea after this voyage. Connors was working to get a job at an electronics plant near his home in New Jersey. His wife Cindy was pregnant and due to give birth sometime around Christmas. With the kid on the way, Connors was no longer interested in leaving home for long stretches of time. He would earn a bit of money on the Poet, and he would be home in time for the birth of his child. Ricky Saley planned for a 20-year career with the Navy. He spent 12 years sailing throughout the world, but a knee injury led to a medical discharge and an uncertain future. He returned to Ohio, but the recession made it difficult to find work. He eventually relocated to his wife's hometown of Philadelphia and applied for a job at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. But the hiring process was slow, and in the meantime, he took work on various ships. By the time he signed on with the Poet, he had secured an interview with the Navy Yard. He planned to complete a voyage and earn enough money to tide his family over until he finally got the job he was hoping for. Another seaman, Edward E. Bradley, felt lucky when he landed a job on the Poet.
Not interesting at all.
The 24-year-old man had struggled most of the year to find work. He just had a job on another ship canceled at the last minute. He was grateful to finally catch a break. He was saving for college, and he was excited that he would be home for Christmas. Bradley was one of 13 siblings, and he was eager to finally get a holiday picture with the entire family all together. While the plan was to be back in time for Christmas, Chief Steward Eddie Sylvester knew that there was a chance that they would get held up, and he put in an order for Christmas candy just in case. As the Poet was loaded with 13,500 tons of yellow corn, her bow seemed to settle deeper than her stern by nearly 2 feet. Before they departed, a surveyor raised the imbalance with Captain Warren, but the master was unbothered. He said that he would correct the imbalance by shifting around barrels of fuel. As final preparations were made, second mate Bill King closely watched reports of a gathering storm system to their south. At 11:39 p.m. on Thursday, October 23rd, only hours before their scheduled departure, the Weather Service issued a gale warning that spanned from Cape Henlopen at the mouth of the Delaware River to Newport News, Virginia. But it seemed that the Poet would only just clip the edge of the storm system as she sailed east. She had certainly survived much worse over the course of her long career, so a bit of heavy weather wasn't much of a concern. Some of the crew even hoped for a storm or two, just to make things interesting. In the early morning hours of October 24th, 1980, Gary Hope, a Delaware River pilot, boarded the Poet as she began her voyage toward the Atlantic. He was unimpressed with the ship's steering, finding her sluggish, especially in the narrower sections of the channel. This wasn't enough of a problem to cause concern. The Poet slowed to just 6 knots as she crossed between Cape May and Cape Henlopen, and Gary Hope climbed down a rope ladder into the waiting pilot boat. They turned away from the Poet and raced back up the bay toward the Delaware River. The skies were gray, and the wind and waves were picking up. Gary Hope looked back at the Poet one last time as she sailed through the open sea. He would be the last living person to ever set foot on the freighter.
Spooky. Here's the interesting part, where trouble starts happening.
Just before midnight on October 25th, 1980, Carl Johnson, the weekend operator at Marine radio station WMH in the Dundalk Marine Terminal in Maryland, was reaching the end of an uneventful Saturday when he suddenly heard a ship's alarm signal crackle over his radio. It was an unmistakable automated distress call. He heard 6 4-second dashes at 1-second intervals before the message abruptly cut out. A complete alarm would include 12 dashes to get attention, followed by SOS and the ship's call sign repeated 3 times. And finally, a location, nature of the problem, and a request for assistance. With only the first 6 dashes, Johnson didn't have much to work with.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go
No
blow
location,
my nose.
nothing to identify the sender, and no ability to identify the distance from which the message was sent. He phoned the Coast Guard station at Portsmouth, Virginia, and asked if they received the same message, but they didn't hear it. It was late, and a storm had just passed over the area. The autumn air was unsettled. Johnson spent the rest of the night listening for another distress call, but he never heard anything else. Two days prior, on Friday, October 24th, as the Poet sailed clear of the eastern seaboard, her radio operator Joseph Vinek made 2 official calls, standard for any voyage. One was sent to the Hawaiian Eugenia office in Manhattan, the ship's owners reporting their departure. The second message was sent to the U.S. merchant vessel locating system via a Coast Guard station in Puerto Rico, reporting their location and destination. The call ended with a request to pass on this information to the Automated Mutual Assistance Rescue System, a voluntary worldwide reporting system that tracks ship positions in order to coordinate a response in the case of an emergency. Both of these systems only take incoming calls. They did not actively check in with vessels or put out any type of alert if they failed to report. Once underway, the Poet was only required to send an update to the ship's owners every 48 hours to report their location, heading, and condition. She was also capable of making less formal calls. On Friday evening, third mate Bob Gove called his wife from the bridge. The conversation was casual and barely even mentioned the voyage aside from their destination in Egypt. At the time, the Poet was almost certainly facing rough weather. She was approximately 250 miles into the Atlantic, and numerous other ships in the area were fighting through a storm with 73-mile-per-hour winds, 30-foot waves, and reduced visibility.
Ooh, 30-foot waves.
These
fuck
conditions
that.
were rough, but they were hardly anything that could seriously threaten a ship like the Poet. Other ships in the area
I swam in 15-foot waves before. It was at Shipwreck Beach in Hawaii, on the island of Kauai. Fun stuff. I almost drowned several times. Yeah, the waves are no fucking joke.
like the Columbia, took a beating, but the storm weakened considerably throughout the day on Sunday, and by Monday morning, the sea was calm, and the Columbia, just mildly bruised by the storm, continued on to the same port in Egypt that the Poet sailed for. Over 48 hours had passed since the last time the Poet sent an update to their owners, but no one took much notice. Chatham Radio sent a routine message on behalf of their owners to check in with the ship, but they received no reply from the Poet.
Come on.
It took several days before the Poet's absence raised any alarm. On Thursday, October 30th, her owners again tried to contact the ship through Chatham Radio. They received no reply. As the days passed, concern grew. Finally, on Monday, November 3rd at 9:59 a.m., Henry Bonnabel, owner of the Hawaiian Eugenia Company and the SS Poet, finally contacted the Coast Guard to report the missing ship, 10 days after she was last heard from. By now, the Poet should be nearing Gibraltar. An alert was put out to ships in the area to keep an eye out for the missing vessel. As the situation slowly became clear, it was realized that Chatham Radio had been trying to contact the Poet since October 27th, sending a message every 2 hours. 85 calls in total. Not a single one was answered. At 4:11 p.m., an urgent broadcast was sent to all ships on the Atlantic and Mediterranean, asking for any information on the missing ship. At first, the Coast Guard Rescue Coordination Center, the agency responsible for locating the missing ship, placed the Poet in the uncertainty phase, the least critical of its 3 search and rescue categories. This was because a ship of the Poet's size was almost never lost without first sending a distress call or at least an automated emergency signal. The Poet was old, but as required by law, she was equipped with emergency position indicating radio beacons that should have triggered if the ship fell into distress. While considerable sea and air traffic capable of receiving these beacons had passed over the Poet's route, no identifiable emergency signal was ever detected. The Poet was not due in Egypt for another 5 days. So at first it seemed far more likely that the ship experienced a radio malfunction or maybe a power failure, which would warrant a less urgent response. But as the days ticked on, RCC staff began to worry that the situation was more serious. They learned that in addition to keeping in contact with their owner, the Poet never missed her check-ins with USMER, but they failed to make their scheduled call on the 26th. It was also realized that the Poet passed through the worst of the storm just after she was last heard from. By November 7th, it became painfully clear that the situation was more serious than initially thought, and a call was put out to begin a search for the missing ship. Over the coming days and weeks, 9 aircraft covered a total of 393,000 square miles, searching for any traces of the Poet and her crew. But not a single sign of the ship. No life raft, no debris. Nothing was ever found. The Poet simply vanished. On November 11th, a Navy plane picked up a faint distress signal, but they were unable to locate its source before they were forced to turn back to refuel. There were other fleeting clues. On November 15th, a small oil slick was spotted 1,200 miles off the east coast, but this seemed to vanish as quickly as it appeared. Another plane spotted a small orange object floating in the sea that they thought could be a life jacket, but no one on the surface was able to find or identify the object or figure out where it came from. The Atlantic is vast and enigmatic. These faint clues could have been anything. Family and friends of the 34 men on board waited anxiously for updates. But when it became clear that their loved ones would not be coming home, concern turned to outrage. Their anger turned toward Henry Bonnabel and the management of the Poet. It was quickly discovered that another ship under Bonnabel's management at a previous company, the Silver Dove, sank in the Pacific in 1973.
I'm
The
back.
loss was attributed to poor maintenance and rusted hull
Hello.
plates. Fortunately, no lives were lost in the sinking. Another ship owned by the Hawaiian Eugenia Company, the Flora, went dead in the water in the Atlantic only 2 weeks after the Poet was reported missing. Ironically, the drifting ship was discovered by the SS Penny, the Poet's nearly identical sister ship, also owned by Bonnabel. The Flora was in such poor condition that she never sailed again. The Penny was also found to be in desperate need of serious repair, but somehow she remained in service until she was finally retired in 1983 when her certification was revoked due to safety concerns. 3 different agencies were tasked with investigating the loss of the Poet: the National Transportation Safety Board, the Committee on Merchant and Marine Fisheries, and the U.S. Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation. all three organizations concluded that the poet was likely lost during the storm she passed through shortly after her departure. But they each had different theories on how exactly she went down, including a faulty hatch cover, synchronously rolling, and undetected damage to her hull. It was also found that the inspectors who had certified the poet in the months before her disappearance were inexperienced and might not have scrutinized the ship as closely as they should have. Some even believe that the poet's sudden disappearance could be explained by a rogue wave, similar to the one that nearly took down the SS Michelangelo in 1966. But this was all speculation. Without any witnesses or traces of the missing ship, what caused her to sink will probably never be known. For a time, the story garnered some attention. A popular theory posited that the ship was either hijacked, involved in drug smuggling, or even played a role in the Iran-Contra affair. But there's absolutely no evidence to back up any of this tabloid speculation. It seems far more likely that the poet was an aging, poorly maintained ship that finally fell to the punishing conditions of the North Atlantic. Henry Bonnable and his company faced no consequences for the disaster. In 1981, he collected a $4 million insurance payment for the missing ship.
Bro.
The following year, he was awarded a $25 million government contract. He continued working in merchant shipping until his
No
retirement.
fucking way.
He died at the age of 95 in 2015.
Oh no, I spawned like right next to a fortress
Nice.
in the nether.
That was a good video.
The loss of the poet was quickly eclipsed by the sinking of the Marine Electric in 1983, another aging World War II-era ship lost due to poor maintenance. The two disasters finally prompted significant reforms to maritime safety and Coast Guard rescue operations. But none of this provided much comfort or any answers for the family and friends of the 34 men who vanished with the poet. Their lives were expended, enriching a man who probably didn't even know their names.
That's sad. Ooh, war stories uploaded. I love this guy.
Fair warning, this episode does contain very graphic depictions of violence.
Nice. Nice. Always a good start.
噂を聞いたか桑の水を飲もうとして引きずり込まれた男のさいや彼は戻ってこなかった
One of the worst things that can happen to any warfighter is wet boots. Long patrols through various terrains are bad enough, but then your feet get wet and stay wet for the next several hours, maybe even days. There really is no way to explain that kind of misery, knowing that you have to keep moving and you're not going to get time to sufficiently dry them out, and your feet are basically just going to rot. I have to assume that this waterlogged misery transcends cultural barriers and was no less hated by all soldiers from the many wars throughout history. No less the Japanese men who were slogging their way through the jungles of Southeast Asia during the 1940s. I personally spent my fair share of time wandering around various jungles all over the Pacific during my time in the Marines. In some cases, the same jungles those guys were fighting in during World War II. So I can say with certainty that those men's feet were constantly submerged in water, especially those who were trekking through the dense and swampy jungles of what is now Myanmar. Back then, the country was called Burma. Most unfortunately for them, history would tell us that, at least for one Japanese regiment, neither their soggy boots nor the Allied soldiers were the worst thing they had to deal with in the Burmese swamps. No, little did they know it, but as they were forced into a large-scale retreat by encroaching enemy forces, their fight quickly became one of survival against massive saltwater crocodiles. And the crocodiles won. From the pages of history, from Ramree Island to Sierra Leone, These are just some of the true stories about what happens when very unlucky soldiers fall prey to some of the most vicious man-eating predators on Earth.
Oh.
This is a good video so far.
Hey guys, thank you so much for watching Wartime Stories and for listening to the Wartime Stories podcast, and the same for the Redacted podcast and YouTube channel as well. But today, I'm here to tell you about a different and incredible new show from my friends at Ballin Studios that I know you'll love. And this one is going to be massive. It's a brand new podcast for you to listen to, and it's hosted by none other than Nexpo, a creator here on YouTube with millions of subscribers. Nexpo is truly an amazing and immersive storyteller, and now he's launching his own podcast with all-exclusive stories you can't find anywhere else. The podcast is called Late Nights with Nexpo, and each week you'll hear a terrifying story that will absolutely shake you. From the most bizarre unsolved mysteries to going down the creepiest rabbit holes on the internet to chilling true crime, Nexpo is going to explore the totally true stories that keep him up at night. And if they're keeping him up, I'm pretty sure you want to listen with the lights on. Or off, depending on how much you like to scare yourself. So if you like hearing stories that will truly stay with you,
he does a lot of like horror
please
stuff,
go follow and listen to Late Nights with Nexpo wherever you get your podcasts.
His editing
New
is
episodes of Late Nights with Nexpo
dude.
come out
he does
every
so
Wednesday.
Much.
During the second half of the 19th century, the so-called Scramble for Africa was underway. Despite being neglected by the competing imperial powers for much of the 1800s, the discovery of valuable raw minerals such as rubber, diamonds, coal, and iron ore prompted a surge in European colonization of Africa. With little regard for the native African populations, France, Belgium, Germany, Italy, Portugal, Spain, and of course the British Empire rushed to establish their rule over portions of the continent. In 1870, Europeans controlled a mere 10% of African territory. By the beginning of the 20th century, that figure had risen dramatically to over 90% of the continent being claimed by European rule. In the 1890s, the British began making moves to better solidify their hold on the East African interior, hoping to connect their resource-rich territories in Uganda to ports located in the Kenyan city of Mombasa. Now, Africa is massive, so given the distance between the African interior of Uganda and this vital coastal city of Mombasa, this would be no small feat connecting them, and would require one of the most expansive railway networks yet seen on the continent. The British began construction on the railway line in 1896, transporting thousands of laborers over from India to supply the large workforce. Progress on the railroad was slow from the start, with many workers dying due to the hazardous working conditions and exposure to the unrelenting African sun. But in spite of all this, the British-run Ugandan Railway Committee continued to push forward with the project. 2 years later, the railroad had finally made it into Kenyan territory, arriving along the banks of the Savo River in 1898. In order to progress any further, a bridge across the Savo needed to be constructed. At the urging of their colonial employers, the workers begrudgingly got on with the task. Having been brought in to oversee the timely completion of the bridge was a young British officer by the name of Lieutenant Colonel John Henry Patterson. Born just outside the town of Ballymahan in County Longford, Ireland in the year 1867, Patterson spent much of his early years in the outdoors, hunting small game and practicing his marksmanship. When he turned 17, it was then no surprise to his family and friends that he chose to enlist in the British Army. Patterson was a good soldier and a reliable leader, rising quickly through the officer ranks, soon finding himself stationed in British-controlled India. Surrounded by so much unfamiliar terrain, when he wasn't busy with his military duties, Patterson began spending much of his downtime exploring the exotic Indian wilderness. Because of his early experiences with tracking and hunting the many small rodents and birds back in Ireland, Patterson now found himself feeling a bit adventurous. Bold as he was, he wanted to try hunting something more exciting. The most dangerous predator in India, the Bengal tiger. Evidently, Patterson did eventually become very efficient in tracking and hunting even these animals. After he was transferred to Kenya with his new assignment overseeing the Savo Bridge construction, in spite of the swath of new jungles and savannas to explore, Patterson was disappointed. With thousands of workers on a tight deadline and Arab slave traders operating in the area, he realized there would likely be little time for exploration or hunting. But if Patterson had arrived in Africa hoping for some excitement, he wouldn't have to wait long. Being unfamiliar with this new area, neither he nor the Indian workers realized that they were already being hunted themselves.
Kitty. Speaking of Kitty.
On Patterson's very first night of overseeing the construction project, he was jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream, soon followed by a panicked commotion of Indian workers. Rushing out of his tent, Patterson and his interpreter worked to quiet the frightened men and assess what had just happened. Piecing together their frantic testimonies, it painted a gruesome picture. In the dead of night, a large, maneless lion had managed to sneak its way into the campsite. In a brazen attack, the animal had dragged one of the defenseless Indian workers out from his tent. Before anyone could do anything to stop the attack, the lion had dragged the man into the surrounding jungle, his pained cries disappearing into the night. His body, what was left of it, was found the next day, barely recognizable. Now, lion attacks were not that common, nor were they expected, especially considering the amount of zebra and wildebeest and other animals more commonly preyed on by lions seen wandering the area. So as horrible as it was to think their campsite was now being targeted by a man-eating lion, Patterson had hopes that it would be the last they would hear of it. Unfortunately, the lion would return the very next night, and then the next, and many more nights over the following weeks. As the death toll climbed, Patterson soon realized there had to be at least 2 lions stalking them, if not more. The railway project was difficult enough with the hot days and chances of injury. Now the men had trouble even getting some rest, fearful of being dragged off and ripped apart in the middle of the night. The blood-curdling screams of their fellow workers seemed to echo in their ears every time they closed their eyes. There was an interval of several months when the attacks ceased, but word began trickling in from other nearby settlements of similar lion attacks. And when the lions finally returned to the railway camp, the attacks only seemed to intensify, with almost daily killings. Patterson ordered that large bonfires be constructed and kept burning through all hours of the night. The workers also constructed crude fences made from whistling thorn trees, the sharp spikes hopefully providing some additional defense to stop the lions from entering their tents. But both of these measures failed. The lions simply ignored the fires and leapt over the thorns or clawed their way through them. Patterson noted that early in their killing spree, only 1 lion at a time would enter the inhabited areas and seize victims. But later, they became much more brazen, entering together and each of them seizing a victim. As the attacks mounted, hundreds of workers began fleeing from Savo, halting construction on the bridge. And at this point, colonial officials began to intervene. The lions didn't discriminate. According to Patterson, one district officer named Mr. Whitehead was attacked by one of the lions after arriving at the nearby Savo train depot in the evening. His assistant, Abdullah, was killed, while Whitehead escaped with 4 deep claw lacerations running down his back.
Damn.
In spite of the dangers, the bridge project had to continue.
That's not a nice kid.
But after months of being relentlessly stalked and watching their friends be ripped apart, the workers who fled the site refused to return to work unless something was done about the lions. What's more, Patterson soon found that the laborers were every bit as furious with him as they were with the man-eaters. The Indian men were a superstitious bunch, and since the attacks seemingly coincided with Patterson's arrival, some Indian workers considered him a bad omen. They were saying he was responsible for bringing 2 evil spirits, in the form of lions, to feast on the living. With nothing else to do for it, perhaps even hoping to clear his good name of such rumors, Patterson grabbed his rifle. With the arrival of other British officials and a reinforcement of around 20 armed sepoys, the traditional riflemen of the Indian military, The men quickly went to work devising a series of ambushes to capture and kill the lions. Each night, Patterson, along with some of the other men, waited on concealed platforms mounted in trees with high-powered rifles. The first stakeouts were unsuccessful. The lions either didn't show up, or they managed to escape without being hit by the men's rifle fire. Finally, after several nights, Patterson struck one of the lions in its hind leg. It quickly took off into the jungle, but eventually returned, and now it seemed completely disinterested in the bait. Either the animal simply chose to stalk Patterson by coincidence, or it knew that this man in the tree was the one who had injured him. Looking back on their experience with it, they said it was as if the lion had a personal vendetta. Even before they had started hunting them, Patterson remarked that the levels of aggression displayed by these lions were unlike anything he'd ever seen, including his encounters with tigers. Fortunately, before it reached the tree, Patterson spotted it slinking through the high grass toward him. He took aim and fired, striking it in the shoulder. The lion dropped instantly, the bullet having passed through its heart, but the second lion still remained at large. The men then waited till daylight to inspect the lion that Patterson had killed. It was a male, nearly 10 feet in length from nose to tail. It took 8 men to carry the body back to camp. About 20 days later, the men finally had another chance at the second lion. Using a goat as live bait, Patterson lured the animal into a kill zone.
Are you still here, Muffy?
Again, he managed to strike
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening.
Oh.
this lion with a single shot, before it then took off, having suffered only a minor injury. After another 11 days of failed attempts, the hunters finally managed to shoot the animal 2 more times. But compared to the first, this lion was much harder to take down. In spite of its injuries, it managed to escape again. The night following their last 2 successful shots, the lion would reappear. As with the first lion, it also now ignored the goat and instead began sprinting towards Patterson's tree. It scrambled up the tree towards him, snarling viciously, and very nearly reached the platform he was standing on before it finally collapsed in the branches after being struck by another 6 shots from both Patterson and the men in nearby trees. Patterson said the lion died gnawing on a tree branch, still trying to reach him.
Damn.
With the 2 maneless lions now dead, the British officials managed to regroup their Indian laborers. The workers then flooded back to their posts on the Savo River, eventually completing the railway bridge in February 1899. For his actions, Lieutenant Colonel John Henry Patterson was declared a hero by both the British press and Indian workers, who, despite hating him just months earlier, presented Patterson with a custom silver bowl. On it, an inscription said,
"Sir, we, your overseer, timekeepers, mistaris, and workmen, present you with this bowl as a token of our gratitude to you for your bravery in killing 2 man-eating lions at great risk to your own life, thereby saving us from the fate of being devoured by these terrible monsters who nightly broke into our tents and took our fellow workers from our side. In presenting you with this bowl, we all add our prayers for your long life, happiness, and prosperity. We shall ever remain, sir, your grateful servants, Babu Purushottam Herji Parmar, Overseer and Clerk of Works, on behalf of your workmen. Dated at Savo, 30th January, 1899.
Of all the accolades and trophies Patterson had won during his military service throughout the years, he said that he treasured that humble bowl more than anything else. Over the last 120 years, the story of the Savo man-eaters has risen to nearly mythological heights, inspiring numerous books and no less than 5 Hollywood film adaptations.
Damn it.
With the story being subjected
What?
to so many retellings and dramatizations,
Got
certain
blown up by
details
a
have
creeper.
tended to become a
Damn.
bit distorted. For many years, the number of deaths attributed to the 2 lions has varied dramatically, with Patterson himself claiming that the lions killed as many as 135 people. Many experts claim that the number of Indian workers killed was likely far lower, at around 28 to 31 victims. but Patterson said there were also many African workers who had been killed, but were left unaccounted for. With this in mind, combined with the known eating habits of the maneless lion, researchers have speculated that a death toll as high as 70 could be possible. The underlying question is what made these lions such voracious man-eaters. Lions do typically stick to usual prey, like zebras and wildebeests. Scientists have speculated that a regional outbreak of cattle plague might have devastated local animal populations, leaving the lions without a primary food source. Others have suggested that the violent Arab slave traders may have indirectly contributed to the lion's new preference for human flesh. During his time at the Savo River, Patterson said he saw many shallow graves and poorly buried bodies left behind by these roaming Arab gangs. The lions, seeing an easy meal, would quite possibly have scavenged the fresh corpses. At least a few experts experienced with the African ecosystem have suggested that those two male lions were likely elderly and possibly had resulting tooth decay. This would mean they were unable to hunt their normal prey. This is apparently when predators become man-eaters, since men are much easier to catch, especially when they are fast asleep in their tents. And male lions are not against hunting together, especially when they are outcasts from the regional prides. Having had the two man-eating lions skinned and preserved, Lieutenant Colonel Patterson kept them in his home as skin rugs. In 1924, he then sold them to the Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago, where they were taxidermied. You can still see them there today. The Savo man-eaters are on permanent display for anyone willing to come face to face with two of Africa's most notorious man-eating predators.
That's pretty cool, though. Can you hear me? Or you just
Yeah, I
watching?
can hear you. I'm watching and playing Minecraft at the same time.
Makes sense.
In the words of Lieutenant Colonel William Albert Waitman, a British Army veteran of World War II's Pacific Theater,
the jungle can be your friend and it can be your worst enemy, depending on time, place, and circumstances.
setting aside the oppressive humidity and wide array of flesh-eating diseases, the jungle happens to be home to some of the most dangerous wildlife on Earth: poisonous insects, venomous snakes, carnivorous reptiles. Now, the soldiers of the Imperial Japanese Army were both feared and respected for their mastery of the jungle environment, and often used it to their own advantage. But they were no less vulnerable to its many dangers. For the men of the 2nd Battalion, 121st Regiment stationed on Ramri Island, a large landmass just off the coast of Burma, even their ancient samurai warrior code was of no help to them against man-eating predators. By January 1945, the war wasn't looking good for Imperial Japan. As the Americans were preparing to invade the Japanese home islands, the British and their Indian allies were pushing into Burma. In order to support their own troops fighting on the mainland, the British wanted an airfield and supply base. Ramri Island was the most ideal location for it. The only thing stopping the construction was an entrenched garrison of about 1,000 Japanese soldiers. The Japanese were well aware of the coming invasion and had fortified the island, centering their defense around Ramri town and the beaches of Chowpu, where the British were expected to land. But when the Allied attack began on January 14th, British forces landed to the west of the anticipated landing site, therefore facing minimal Japanese resistance. The Japanese fought with their usual tenacity, but the complex assault, attacking them from the air, the land, and the sea, inevitably broke through their lines, forcing the Japanese to retreat. The Japanese were well known for their unwillingness to surrender. The 900 surviving soldiers quickly pulled back into the island's dense mangrove swamps, planning to escape to the far side of the island. The British followed, but decided to quickly surround the swamps rather than walk through them. Their plan was to isolate the Japanese while using loudspeakers to call for their surrender. True to form, the Japanese flatly refused to give up, their sense of honor clearly overwhelming the hopelessness of their situation. But as night fell on February 19th, their honor would quickly give way to absolute horror. At some point during the night, British troops standing watch on the outskirts of the mangrove swamps were startled by the sounds of men screaming. Rifle shots started flashing in the darkness. The increasing screams and thrashing of men in the water was unlike anything the battle-hardened troops had ever heard. Bruce Stanley Wright, a soldier who was an eyewitness to the event, would later write about the massacre.
That night was the most horrible that any member of the ML crews ever experienced. The scattered rifle shots in the pitch-black swamp, punctured by the screams of the wounded men crushed in the jaws of huge reptiles, and the blurred, worrying sound of spinning crocodiles made a cacophony of hell that has rarely been duplicated on Earth. At dawn, the vultures arrived to clean up what the crocodiles had left.
Capable of growing up to 20 feet in length and weighing in at over 4,000 pounds, the saltwater crocodile is said to have one of, if not the most powerful bite force in the natural world. Combined with its jaws lined with jagged teeth, it's more than enough to crush any bone in the human body. Similar in tactics to the alligator, but far more aggressive, saltwater crocodiles hunt by ambushing their prey, quickly dragging their victims underwater. Caught in the jaws of the crocodiles, Japanese men did not die quickly. They either drowned in the muddy water or felt themselves being twisted around as the crocodiles began their death rolls, tearing away flesh and limbs. What's more terrifying is that saltwater crocodiles are known to work together with group hunting strategies, particularly when attacking large groups of prey. The unfortunate Japanese regiment really did find itself facing an army of another kind. Standing helplessly in waist-high water in a pitch-black swamp, the rest of the night and the following days was, as the British soldiers said, a living hell. Perhaps the Samurai Bushido Code only stretches as far as surrendering to humans, because when it came to facing off against hundreds of massive crocodiles, at least a few of the Japanese changed their tune. But since the crocodiles were not about to take any prisoners, they surrendered themselves to the Allied troops, and no one could really blame them, considering the nightmare they were living in. Little by little, the surviving Japanese men began emerging from the swamps, looking starved, diseased, wounded, and badly dehydrated. Having listened to the carnage for days, the British men were no less chilled to see how few of the Japanese actually survived. Of the 900 Japanese soldiers who had retreated into the swamps, only 20 ever came back out.
Jesus Christ.
The rest were either eaten alive or died from exposure. In reality, the actual death toll remains undetermined and is often debated, but the Ramree Island incident maintains a very grim placeholder in the annals of war history. According to the Guinness Book of World Records, the event maintains the unenviable distinction of having the most human fatalities in a crocodile attack. Of course, awful as it is, we all hope that this event keeps that record. This final story takes us back to the African continent and deals with what is arguably the most dangerous predator known to mankind. Nestled on the West African coast, the country of Sierra Leone was devastated by civil war throughout most of the 1990s. Led by a man named Fonde Sanko, the Revolutionary United Front launched a nationwide offensive to topple the Sierra Leonean government. While the RUF saw itself as a revolutionary movement advocating for social justice and equitable resource distribution, particularly concerning the country's diamond wealth, the war quickly devolved into a series of tit-for-tat atrocities committed by both rebel and government forces. Instead of winning the hearts and minds of the civilian population, both sides embarked on a campaign of terror against the innocent lives they were claiming to protect. Of the many war crimes seen throughout Sierra Leone's civil war, mass killings, mutilations, torture, and sexual violence were widespread. As both federal and RUF troops engaged in this senseless bloodshed, they also adopted the awful practice of conscripting small children, some as young as 7 years old, into the ranks of their armed forces.
7 fucking years
while
old.
militia.
Can you imagine, Mothy?
I cannot imagine.
What those kids must have gone through. I'm too tired to fucking talk.
Militias loyal to the federal government were most certainly pressing children into service. It was the RUF's more aggressive approach to
Look at
child
that.
recruitment.
AK-47 is as big as him. Bigger. You see that?
Yeah.
That's wild.
That drew international condemnation, seeing impressionable young boys and girls as the perfect candidates to absorb their radical ideals. RUF rebels would forcibly take the children from their families, then plunging them into a world of cruelty and violence. Through endless beatings, threats, and psychological manipulation, the RUF hoped to inspire rage in these children, which was enhanced by pumping them full of alcohol and various strong painkillers, drugs, and amphetamines. Numb to physical pain, stirred into a violent frenzy by their commanders, and given assault weapons, these children were then unleashed on the unsuspecting rural towns and villages of Sierra Leone, often taking part in both combat and bloody massacres alongside their adult leaders. Over the course of the decade-long conflict, it is thought that at least 80% of the RUF's combat units were comprised of children aged 7 to 14 years. During the conflict, many humanitarian groups from all over the world began pouring into Sierra Leone, helping thousands of displaced persons with everything from food, shelter, medicine, and resources to track down their missing loved ones. A top priority for many of these organizations quickly became the rehabilitation of captured child soldiers. In a process known as deprogramming, the children were immediately pulled from their militant environment before entering various institutes dedicated to formal education and psychological healing. Unfortunately, many of these children held on to their violent tendencies, often made worse by post-traumatic stress and withdrawal symptoms as aid workers attempted to get them off various substances. As the teachers and psychologists encouraged the children to open up about their experiences, and they began recounting stories of gun battles and massacres, the children also began mentioning something even more gruesome.
Uh-oh. What could it be?
In the year 2000, author Alex McCormick went to Sierra Leone in order to collect stories for her upcoming book, The Mammoth Book of Man-Eaters, over 250 terrifying true accounts of predators from prehistory to present. Hoping to learn more about the supposed man-eaters of Sierra Leone,
I'm gonna go grab some coffee.
McCormick was introduced to a teenage boy
Oh wait, no, I have that pepper.
Francis.
Never mind.
Francis was one of the children forced into the service of an
I don't wanna
Army
get up.
infantry
I'm
unit 5 years earlier. Through tears and the gentle reassurances of his psychologist,
Good morning, Allie.
he told McCormick about one particularly horrifying experience.
Shaking with terror at the recollection, casting nervous glances over his shoulder and at the psychologist who had been deprogramming this boy soldier. He said he had been press-ganged into an army infantry unit as a sort of servant when it overran a position held by Sanko's Revolutionary United Front. We were starving, Francis whispered, tears in his eyes, pleading for a form of compassion he could not find for himself. The huts all around were burning. A few of the rebels were killed and the rest ran away, vanished into the bush. We were so hungry, so hungry. We saw that they had left a pot of food on their fire. There was hot tea too. We were so hungry, he sighed. It was good food. I had not eaten like that for months. Not since I was taken from my home and made to join the army. It was really good. I dug down for more meat with my knife. When I pulled it up, a hand hung from it. A human hand. At that point, Francis collapsed forward, shivering, as if he had suddenly been seized by a bout of malaria. Around us, flies buzzed in the stunned silence.
While acts of unrestrained brutality were common on both sides, it was now clear to McCormick that certain RUF and government factions had developed a terrifying reputation for cannibalism. While verified reports of the practice are hard to come by, the sheer amount of eyewitness testimony from both civilians and combatants seemed to make it very credible. One of the groups often mentioned as having a taste for human meat was that of the Geo tribesmen. As mercenaries fighting on behalf of the RUF, the Geo, native to neighboring Liberia, were known for two things: brutality and ritualistic cannibalism. Drawing inspiration from their warrior traditions, the Geo mercenaries would regularly eat the flesh of their enemies, believing that they would acquire the strength and courage of the men they were eating. This practice was apparently so common among the Geo people that markets in the remote Liberian jungles were said to sell dried pieces of human meat. Even the bodies of recently deceased people weren't spared, with families being said to have to guard their burial plots to ensure their loved ones weren't dug up and thrown into the cookpots. But the Geo weren't the only man-eaters in Sierra Leone. In another instance, witnesses described seeing Kamajor militiamen, loyal to the federal government, cutting out the hearts of their enemies in the heat of battle, and later roasting and eating the hearts in a display of dominance. Working as a photojournalist for Human Rights Watch, Corinne Dufka also recalled numerous tales of cannibalism, one of which was also conveyed to her by a young child soldier.
Good morning, Ollie.
There was one demobilized child soldier who gave me a detailed description of how they caught Ecomog soldiers, West African peacekeepers, during the January 1999 offensive, then tying them up and cutting out their livers. He described to me how they cooked them. I've heard it from enough people that I tend to believe it.
According to the anonymous child, everyone within the unit was expected to take part in the cannibalism. After a while, consuming human flesh became as easy as eating any other meat, with some even scrambling to fight over the best bits. In 2000, the United Kingdom would formally intervene in the country's civil war on the side of the government, fully dismantling the RUF by 2002 and ending the war that had claimed over 70,000 lives. Despite the occasional flare-ups of regional conflicts, Sierra Leone is largely at peace. However, the war scars still run deep. While far from being the bloodiest conflict on African soil, the sadistic violence and cannibalism seen during the Sierra Leonean Civil War are a stark reminder that the world's most dangerous predators are, and always will be, humans.
Yeah. That's a good video. Was not expecting all that at the end though.
Hey guys, thanks for sticking around for the after action here in the credits. I don't personally have a lot of military experiences dealing with wildlife that I felt my life was in imminent danger, with maybe the exception being snakes. Cobras we had to deal with in Thailand, and then diamondback rattlesnakes in California. There was one time I was doing land nav and just trekking through the desert looking for my point, and I just stopped and I'm like, okay, where is this thing? It's very surreal when that happens to you because you're just not expecting it. And there's this massive rattlesnake wrapped up around the bottom of a bush, and my boot, basically it stepped like right next to it. Was just, yeah, it's a weird state of mind to be in that moment. Not in my class, but we did hear.
That was good. That was good.
Oh, it's cold.
It ain't that bad.
Cold in my room. You're not in my room. Who do you think I'm talking to?
I don't know.
Oh, Allie. Allie's asking me who I'm talking to.
Oh. The found footage channel with a disturbing stalker. Let's go ahead and give this a watch.
Tape 5. Window. Subject 12A. Source.
Ooh, careful, Bubba.
Scan.
No.
I'm gonna change my stream to horror stories. First, I'm gonna run an ad real quick.
Bet. Bless you, Bug.
Alright. Let's go ahead and get back to the video.
9:46 p.m. October 22nd. Year. We begin in the middle of an empty road, before slowly approaching an eerie church. But our only focus is the abandoned house behind it. Looking inside, it's clear to us this house has been deserted for a long time. All the furniture forgotten, with no trace of life left behind. We take a look through all the rooms. But we can't seem to find what we're looking for. So we leave. Going down to the description of this video, we see submission statement. After further review, I was being watched. Follow-up not required.
Oh shit, you see those eyes?
Welcome to the channel, Briscoe Park.
I'm also playing Minecraft, so I did not.
Watch horror stories with me.
Oh my god, okay.
After
Yeah, I gotta
we
rewind
see
it a little bit.
looking for.
Okay.
We take a look through all the rooms.
Scary stories, Allie. Yeah.
But we can't seem to find what we're looking for.
Production quality's good so far.
So we leave. Going down to the description of this video, we see submission statement. After further review, I was being watched. Follow-up not required.
What are you laughing at?
The eyes and the figure.
Welcome to the channel,
I
Briscoe
didn't see him.
Park.
You didn't see it in the blue window?
Oh, now I see it. The stream's slightly delayed from what you're watching, so.
Yeah, of course. It's always gonna be delayed.
Hello gorgeous people, what is going on, and welcome back to another video. In today's video we will be investigating the channel called Briscoe Park. Briscoe Park is quite a mysterious channel. On the surface, it seems to be footage of someone exploring abandoned houses. But when you read the descriptions of these videos and slow them down a little bit, you may realize that things are way more disturbing than they initially seem. So today, we're gonna watch all of these videos through and try to figure out what is really going on here. As always, be sure to go support the creator of these videos over on the Briscoe Park channel, whose link will be at the top of the description down below. Please be sure to go and support your found footage horror creators. And alright guys, I'm really excited to tell you about this one, so here we go. Let's jump right in.
I thought this was like an actual horror story. Not someone
Tape
reacting
4,
to it.
Barrel. Tape 4, Barrel, subject 9D, source
I kinda killed it for
1310,
me, not gonna
wait,
lie,
hold
what
on.
are you?
Alright, already too much. Source
What now?
13.
I don't want to watch someone reacting to it as I'm watching it.
Yeah, awful.
What's this
I don't like when people react to it. That's stupid.
So, you want to hunt a skinwalker?
That's why I like Nexpo. You should watch a Nexpo video.
Let's go ahead and give him a look up. Siberia's strangest unsolved mystery. Apparently I've already watched one of his vids.
He's really good.
A cult in a boarding school. Oh, I meant to finish this one.
I've seen it.
From what I remembered, it was pretty.
I've seen
It was pretty,
all of them.
pretty dark.
Oh yeah.
I think I need to refresh.
Students that smiled at a place were punished by
Ooh, all right.
I've watched all his videos.
Thursday. Wayne Kernican was stuck at home during an excruciatingly long winter. He was what his parents believed to be a problem child, experiencing nightmares, arguing with his 7 siblings, and getting in trouble at school.
What up?
His parents' method of punishment wasn't the best.
I don't know.
Having gone on record to state that
Maybe
his father
sleeping?
beats him with hockey sticks, it was undeniable that their humble abode in suburban Connecticut was less of a place of refuge for him
No, Allie, it's not a
and
Christmas
more of a
version.
cell of torment.
We're watching horror stories on Twitch. Or I'm streaming them.
The phone rings, and his mom answers. It's from a school up north called Alon. The man on the phone says that Wayne should come right away, and that they'll have a private jet waiting for him at Danbury Airport. His mom tells him not to worry, and that it's more of an outdoor camp type thing that'll make him better. According to the flyer she read, it was proven with a 95% success rate, and their alumni were all leaving as better people than when they first arrived there.
I gotta figure out how to do
Counselors,
Pando on the
psychiatrists, activities,
PC.
friends. Alon had it all, he was told. And so Wayne packed up his stuff that night. Eager, sure. Nervous, yes. But absolutely awaiting the things to come. The plane touches down in Portland, Maine. Two men greet him. After embarking for the school 30 minutes north in Poland, his escorts inquire on why he was sent there.
Drugs?
Nope.
Court order?
No.
So why the hell are you going?
They joke. And then things get quiet. It was at this moment when Wayne began to question whether he was going to the place he thought he was. Something didn't seem right, but he was willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. The two pull off a back, wooded road into a clearing. Looks like a camp, he thinks. However, when he exits the vehicle, he isn't greeted with the silent serenity of nature, but instead, the screaming.
Oh my god, that's loud.
The 1970s were an interesting time. Across the United States, a rise in for-profit behavior modification facilities were in action.
Yeah.
Now called the
His
troubled
intros are
teen
really
or
loud.
tough love industry. It seemed to be a money machine aimed at altering and stifling troublesome behavior in adolescents. The exact date is hard to gauge due to the widely varying nature of the names, motives, and specialties of each of these schools.
I'm gonna switch to my phone.
They were widespread and only became more so throughout the 80s. It's widely believed that the parental reception to the era's youth were the catalyst for facilities like this. Given that this
I'm
was
probably
the
just
decade
gonna watch
following the
too,
rise of the
'cause,
hippie subculture, authority was and had been challenged for years,
feel like
resulting
butt.
in a sort of panic among older generations.
It's fine.
Resultingly,
It's just
in
freaking
early
allergies,
1970,
so.
a psychiatrist named Gerald
Alright, switching to
Davidson,
my phone.
alongside investor David Goldberg and a man named Joseph Ritchie, would band together to create a school named Elan, a private co-ed behavior modification program geared from grade 8 to beyond high school. Ritchie billed the facility as one that would correct bad behavior by teens without punishment, while painting himself as a genuine mentor that could help make that happen. Sitting on 33 acres of land off of Number 5 Road in Poland, Maine, Elan's main campus was highly secluded and a long shot from any outside civilization. With numerous facilities in place, the school was well equipped to handle a student body in the hundreds, and within the span of just 1 year, they'd eventually meet that metric. Numerous alumni, much like Wayne, have gone on record to state that their initial, outside impression of the school was that it was like a summer camp in the Maine woods. However, upon arrival, reality would paint a different picture. Allegedly, the final minutes of the trip there were unforgettable, with Elan being shrouded down a long dirt road in the middle of the wilderness, and made up of rundown trailers and buildings, giving it a frightening feeling of dread. Furthermore, some have stated that once they exit the vehicle expecting a lively campground, they're instead faced with a sight much stranger. Some students were spotted wearing degrading signs, some shackled in handcuffs, some being yelled at, and bizarrely, everyone would just pretend it's normal. At this point, it's been noted that some students attempt to flee. They weren't entirely sure what the Elan school was, but it was clear to them that it wasn't good. These escape efforts were always futile though, as Elan stationed guards around the campus to chase and subdue outliers that would attempt this. Considering how the school was marketed, touting itself as an altruistic institution genuinely concerned with helping troubled teenagers get better, it was clear from the outside that those claims were a reach. But just how far would they take that? What most students were unaware of was that behind their back, a deal was made on their behalf. With With nothing but a simple signature and payment, parents could sign their child's life over to Elan, which advertised itself as a positive, reaffirming center of growth. According to an excerpt from an early 2000s archive of their website, we can observe the vernacular they used to appeal to each parent. Dear parents, we're very aware of how lonely and confused you must feel as you sit down to read this. If you're like the parents of most of our students, you're faced with an adolescent whose behavior is out of control and you don't know why. A youngster who's been given everything and is throwing it all away is difficult to understand, but you can see that this process is progressive. The most saddening part is knowing that your offspring is ruining his or her future. Your own pain is difficult, but your pain for your child is unbearable. By coming to Elan, you have come to a truly different school. We can't offer you miracles, but we can offer you hope. We know that your journey to this point has been painful. We hope Elan can change its course. On top of this, school staff were known to hand out flyers to parents while persuading them that their child just might be troubled. It's been noted that Joseph Ritchie was somewhat of a salesman. He was charismatic and excelled at convincing parents of all the good that Elan could do for their kids. The good that, as we'll soon find, was all a lie. I'd like to let it be known that Wayne's Elan admission story was on the lighter side. For most of the other students, things were handled a bit more violently. Instead of a plane, school alumni have gone on record to state that they were transported by van. Reportedly, once your parents agreed to send you off to Elan and pay the $50,000 tuition fee, they designated time and date with Elan's so-called teen escort service. They wouldn't pick you up during the day, though. Instead, in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep, they would bust through your door and kidnap you. In years past, Elan staff have stated that since the child has no say in attending, their capture hinges on the element of surprise. According to a blog named Suzuki's Thoughts, the abduction process involves two men breaking into the teen's bedroom, physically subduing them, tying them up with plastic handcuffs, throwing them into the van, and then driving them to Poland, Maine, where they'd be handed over to the Elan school. Such experiences often traumatize the teens who were abducted. For all they knew at first, they were being taken by criminals to be held ransom, tortured, or worse, killed. For the girls, it was even more terrifying. Some girls later recalled that they believed that they were going to be murdered by their abductors. One certainly can't blame the kids for thinking this way. Such practices had all the hallmarks of a violent kidnapping.
Get off the cover, what are you doing?
This practice became notorious around the United States, eventually earning its nickname, the Elan Snatch. If this were any indication, it was clear that morality wasn't the school's strong suit. That ultimately begs the question, would it stop there? Or was their torment only just beginning? Day 1. Students would typically arrive to Elan during the early morning hours of the day. Due to the nature of their transport to campus, they were often known to resist their escorts. It's been noted that their capture was designed this way, utilizing their escape attempt against them as a tool to convey that no matter what, they're not getting out of there. And with this came the first steps of dehumanization, instilling the feeling that their basic rights have been robbed of them, in turn making them feel like less of a student and more like a prisoner. This sentiment was taken even further when they're physically taken inside the school. Often, the first stop would be the dormitory showers, which served as a tool in robbing each student of their sense of individuality. Reportedly, students are thrown into them with absolutely no privacy and are demanded to remove all of their clothing and valuable items. After complying, they're given what Elan calls no-image clothing, which, as the name implies, simply includes a bland, colorless shirt and pants, effectively forcing them
Alex, get out of there, now.
Following this, each new student would be taken. given what Alon calls no-image clothing, which, as the name implies, simply includes a bland, colorless shirt and pants, effectively forcing them into a state of conformity. Following this, each new student will be taken into a common area where they're assigned what Alon calls a big brother. This, in essence, was a tenured student designated to be a guide. On paper, they were told to help their students adjust to their new life on campus, somewhat like a peer, while educating them on how great and effective the program is. In reality, though, this relationship was far from friendly. It's been reported that big brothers would often try to deceive their newer counterparts, enticing them to run away or to break the rules. If the student had ever agreed or attempted to listen to this, their behavior would be reported to school staff, resulting in punishment. As we've seen in studies like the Stanford prison experiment, I'm sure you can see why.
Boring.
That was a good one. I don't remember which one it was, but one of, I think, I'll have to listen at them, but one of them I watched was,
all my years.
it had audio and it was like very
In
scary.
1961, outsiders were
Which one's this one?
It was the worst thing I'd had to deal with in all my years. In 1961, outsiders would arrive in the Mexican village of Yerba Buena, and over the next 2 years, the lies these people told would snowball into sacrifices to forgotten gods, and the eventual massacre of the village by the authorities. The internet has been telling the story incorrectly since the turn of the century. This is the true story of Yerba Buena, and the bloody cult which led to its destruction. The small indigenous farming community of Yerba Buena was truly remote. It had no roads, no electricity, no running water, and was home to only about 50 native Mexican farmers. The only way in or out of Yerba Buena was through a rough beaten cart track, which
He
led
was
to a
messing with stuff,
distant
so I told her to sit
highway.
down.
It was upon this track in 1961 that newcomers appeared in Yerba Buena. The two would surely be the first outsiders to set foot in the village unannounced in living memory. Situated at the base of Cerro El Pilon as it was, you couldn't simply
That
stumble
comes
across
out
the
in
village.
3 days.
These people had come here with a purpose. Magdalena and
Is
Aliza
watch more
Solis
than
were
2 in
fraternal
3
twins.
days.
Born in 1945, they were only 16 years old when they ventured out of the tree line
3 days.
into Yerba Buena. They had
Yeah,
grown
watch
up in
guys
Monterrey,
watch
near
regular
Buena, where they
Moana,
had
but
learned
not
about
news.
spiritism, the religious
3 days. There's 3. It says March 12th.
And now why can't I hear anything?
You wanna watch it or no?
Alright, I'm gonna leave the VC.
Okay.
Alright, love you.
Love you.
th century, spiritualism destruction.
That was fucking loud.
indigenous farming community of Yerba Buena was truly remote. It had no roads, no electricity, no running water, and was home to only about 50 native Mexican farmers. The only way in or out of Yerba Buena was through a rough beaten cart track, which led to a distant highway. It was upon this track in 1961 that newcomers appeared in Yerba Buena. The two would surely be the first outsiders to set foot in the village unannounced in living memory. Situated at the base of Cerro El Pilon as it was, you couldn't simply stumble across the village. These people had come here with a purpose. Magdalena and Elizar Solis were fraternal twins. Born in 1945, they were only 16 years old when they ventured out of the tree line into Yerba Buena. They had grown up in Monterrey, Nuevo Leon, where they had learned about Spiritism, the religious study of the supernatural. Spiritism is deeply rooted in the indigenous people of Mexico. During the Mexican Revolution at the beginning of the 20th century, spiritualism and Spiritism became inseparable from the anti-government revolutionary movement. Francisco I of Madero, founder of the anti-re-electionist party and the man credited with starting the Mexican Revolution, was a spiritist and medium. In 1911, he published the Spiritist Manual, based upon his Spiritist teachings in France, and claimed he started the Mexican Revolution upon guidance from the Spirit. In his writings, he describes the true Mexican religion from antiquity, and argued that the Catholicism that replaced it had become an instrument of domination over the people of Mexico. Spiritists believe that the original ancient religion of Mexico had been preserved, its teachings passed down to a select few, with the goal of one day overthrowing Catholicism and returning the religion of their ancestors to the Mexican people. Magdalena and Elizar Solis left Monterrey together in 1961, traveling south between small indigenous communities. They used the beliefs of these people to their advantage by claiming to be adepts of the true religion, instilling its teachings as a way of scamming food and shelter from these communities before slipping away. Emboldened by the success of their scam, they traveled into Tamaulipas, to the village of Yerba Buena, to orchestrate something more long-term. They again presented themselves as adepts of the old religion. Reincarnation is a core part of Mexican Spiritism, and so Magdalena played the part of a reincarnated faith healer and mystic, whilst Elizar was the reincarnation of St. Francis of Assisi. The twins would slowly reveal the true ancient religion to the farmers of Yerba Buena.
Patron saint of
How their
animals?
ancestors had believed that the civilizations of ancient Mexico, that of the Aztecs and Toltecs, had been older and even more advanced than the ancient Egyptians.
Which is not true at all.
In the beginning, very little had changed in the twins' scam. They asked for food and shelter, preying upon the generous hospitality of the villagers. Magdalena and Elizar slowly drip-fed the farmers information about their supposed identities and their knowledge of the old gods. The scam allowed them to extract many more resources from the villagers than they were willing to spare. The twins knew that there would be a point when the villagers discovered their dishonesty and the hospitality, strange as it was, would come to an end. However, this time they planned on staying much longer. When the farmers began asking for more substantial evidence from the twins, they agreed to perform an ancient ritual to prove their supposed identities. The twins' ritual involved the theatrical brewing of a potion, which they claimed had the supernatural power to grant visions. But in reality, it was laced with marijuana. They convinced the villagers to drink this potion. Now drugged and in a more suggestible state, the sober twins would continue to reinforce and convince the villagers of their lies. This proved to be a powerful and effective technique. Every time the villagers began to doubt the lies of Magdalena and Elizar Solis, the twins would develop new rituals to quell the disbelievers, each time upping the stakes. They began with an amendment for the first ritual, the addition of animal blood to the ingredients of the drugged potion. Next,
Are
they
you still watching
incorporated
this,
elaborate
Malthy?
costumes into
You'd
the
be
rituals,
digging this.
covering themselves in body paint and feathers, imitating the clothing of ancient Aztec priests and priestesses. Two groups began to form in Yerba Buena, those who believed Magdalena and Elizar, and those villagers who still had their doubts. In the spring of 1962, the twins ordained two of the most faithful villagers to help them perform rituals and to act as muscle to extract tributes from the non-believers. They chose the brothers Santos and Cayetano Hernandez, who had grown up in Yerba Buena. Like all of those in the farming community, the brothers toiled endlessly, day in, day out in the fields surrounding the village. With little else to do, the brothers had welcomed the arrival of Magdalena and Elizar Solis. They readily drank the drugged potion and deeply believed the twins' lies and in their fabricated power. The Hernandez brothers were cruel and enjoyed exerting their newly found authority over the non-believers. With the extra manpower, Elizar, aided by the brothers, constructed a temple for the rituals, high in the mountain caves above Yerba Buena. They erected a wooden dais around a flat stone slab to act as an altar, with a thatched roof supported by 4 wooden pillars. The villagers would make the trek through the jungle and into the cavern to watch the nightly rituals. The twins now lived lavishly, aided by the additional protection provided by the Hernandez brothers. However, a conflict of interest began to grow between the twins and their newly ordained Santos and Cayetano. While the Solis twins' goal was to draw out the scam for as long as possible, the Hernandez brothers wanted only to increase the following and influence of the fledgling cult. The twins couldn't be seen as limiting the growth of the cult, especially since the brothers kept urging them towards even greater and greater spectacles. This conflict between the priests and their teenage leaders would come to a head at the end of April 1962.
Oh shit.
As night fell upon Yerba Buena, the villagers made the usual trek through the forest, up the mountain path to the cavern. There, Magdalena, Elizar, Santos, and Cayetano were gathered beneath the thatched roof of their makeshift temple, garbed in the body paint and feathers of ancient Aztecs. As before, they drugged the villagers, who willingly drank the Solis twins' potion of blood and marijuana, as they had become addicted to the concoction over the course of many rituals. Cayetano stepped to the front of the dais and quieted the crowd. He called for a volunteer, someone to offer themselves as a willing sacrifice to the old gods. Cayetano promised that whoever they sacrificed would ascend to the realm of gods, to live with them for eternity. Incredibly, from the testimony of those who had survived the sacrifices and bloodshed yet to come, one of the villagers offered themselves willingly at the very first sacrifice. So powerful were the drugs and lies of the Solis twins that the villagers of Yerba Buena were willing to lay down their lives for Magdalena and Elizar. Cayetano guided the unfortunate farmer to the altar and instructed them to lie atop it. The Hernandez brothers then made quick and gruesome work of the individual. Santos and Cayetano sliced open the body and removed the victim's still beating heart. After their murderous fervor subsided, Cayetano and Santos collected the victim's blood from atop the altar to substitute the animal blood previously used in the twins' potion.
Jeez.
The potion was once again passed round. Finally, the sacrifice's corpse was carried to the corner of the cave and set alight.
I knew you'd be into this.
The twins' grasp had become so powerful upon the farmers of Yerba Buena that the villagers were now content and complicit with murder and cannibalism. And if they had any doubts or reservations, none were willing to speak out, at least for the next 12 months. During this time, at the end of each month, the villagers would enter the cave and emerge one fewer in number. Few eyewitness testimonies remain. Those that do describe a tragic and horrifying series of events, in which, without fail, every month for a year, a willing sacrifice stepped forth from the crowd and towards that bloody altar. The Solis twins had lost control
I'll
of the
send
lies
you
they
a link.
told, soon to owe the lives of at least 15 people.
You can see the name right there. It's called Unnamed.
On May 31st, 1963, the villagers of Yerba Buena made their way through the jungle to the mountain cave for the monthly sacrifice. The villagers
Oh, you're on
consumed a
your
ritual
phone?
potion, and the Hernandez brothers unknowingly called forth their final victim. From within the crowd of adult farmers, Selena Silvana volunteered herself. However, just before she reached the altar, finally, after months of silence, someone spoke out. Hector Solis, Selena's, quote, childhood sweetheart, could no longer bring herself to sit idly by as these executions occurred. He caught up to her right before the dais and confronted Selena. desperately trying to intervene.
What
But
did
she
that
wouldn't
say?
listen
I
to
looked
him.
away for a second. Following is a direct testimony of police inspector. Ooh, juicy.
But she wouldn't listen to him. She wanted to be sacrificed straight to a god, to live in guaranteed bliss forever. Selena picked up a stone and gave it to him, begging him to use it to crush out her life. They struggled, she fell, and the others rushed in on them, knocking Hector out and pelting Selena with stones until she was senseless.
By the time Hector had come to his senses, it was too late. Cayetano and Santos had dragged Selena's body atop the altar and removed her heart. Enraged and grief-stricken, Hector fought briefly with some of the villagers, trying to reach and kill the Hernandez brothers. He quickly realized it was to no avail. Selena was well and truly dead. Hector departed from the cave after the altercation, leaving the cultists to drain the body of blood and to burn the remains. He returned to his wife and 4 children in the village, vowing to report the cult to the police. At dawn, Hector left Yerba Buena and headed towards the nearest police department in Villa Gran, where he met with Police Inspector Abelardo G. Gomez. Inspector Gomez asked Hector to recall as many names of the cultists as possible and wrote them down. He instructed Hector to return to Yerba Buena as if nothing had happened, while Inspector Gomez collected his men and prepared for a raid. When Hector returned to Yerba Buena, the Hernandez brothers were waiting for him and slit his throat with a machete, but not before discovering that the authorities were on their way. Inspector Gomez gathered his men in Villa Gran and started the trek to Yerba Buena, whilst Cayetano and Santos gathered their most loyal followers to defend the Solis twins. Police poured into the farming community through the rough-beaten cart track, and Cayetano came out to meet them. Inspector Gomez questioned Cayetano from a distance, demanding to know what was truly going on in Yerba Buena. Cayetano claimed to know nothing of the cult, and to be but a simple farmer, but Gomez wasn't fooled so easily.
He told me he was a farmer like all the rest. I have not been a rural policeman for long years for nothing. I knew he was lying. I told Luis Martinez, one of my men, to take him in for questioning. When Martinez stepped forward, Cayetano brought out his machete fast as lightning and nearly cut Martinez's head off, killing him instantly.
Before Cayetano could make it halfway back to the hut from which the cultists were mounting their defense, police had filled him with lead. This prompted Santos and the others to return fire. Gomez instructed his officers to spread out, take cover, and return fire. Bullets ripped through the thin walls of the hut in both directions. When the gunfire settled, Inspector Gomez and his men carefully approached the hut.
We systematically shot up the mud hut so that no one inside could stay alive. When we went in, they were all on the floor, dead. Santos with them.
Caught in the crossfire, a boy called Sebastian Guerrero, 14, was shot dead. By the end of the day, Gomez had taken 40 prisoners and captured Magdalena and Elizar Solis. In the cave above the village, the police found, piled in the corner, the remains of all 13 victims, including the charred remains of Selena from the night before. Gomez orders his men to remove the remains for burial and to torch the thatched temple.
It was the worst thing I've had to deal with in all my years. After this, nothing can surprise me.
Upon questioning the detainees, it was discovered that the cult has spread to the neighboring village of Delgado. Realizing the situation was too large for the small local police station, the inspector called in federal troops from Tampico. 12 people were ultimately charged and found guilty of murder, whilst the twins were held as the police continued to gather more evidence and dismantle what was left of the cult. When I first approached this video topic, the themes and outline of the video were completely different from those of the final product. The more research I did into this cult, the more I came to realize that the internet's modern retelling of the story is so far removed from the ground truth that the two are now becoming almost indistinguishable. We'll begin with the Wikipedia entry for Magdalena Solis. The article begins as follows. Magdalena Solis, known as the High Priestess of Blood, allegedly was a Mexican serial killer and cult leader, responsible for orchestrating several murders which involved the drinking of victims' blood. She is regarded as one of the few documented instances of a sexually motivated female serial killer, showing organized, visionary, and hedonistic characteristics. I think you can see where these stories depart from each other now. Most sources online don't even mention her brother Eleazar, and instead claim the cult was started by the Hernandez brothers, Cayetano and Santos. These same sources fixate themselves on the supposed sexual aspect of the cult, and more disturbingly, hyperfixate on Magdalena's sexuality. I'll remind you that she was just 16 when the cult began. They claim that Magdalena was a prostitute from Monterrey, and when the Hernandez brothers began to lose control of the cult, they traveled from Yerba Buena to Monterrey to recruit her. This seems very unlikely, as Monterrey is over 148 kilometers away from Yerba Buena and across state borders. The actual position of Yerba Buena is also of some debate. The Wikipedia article claims it's in San Luis Potosi. Indeed, it was initially very difficult to track down its actual location, but Yerba Buena, Villagran, and Delgado are all in Tamaulipas. Looking at the edit history of the Wikipedia page, we find that most of it was copied over from the Spanish language Wikipedia on August 3rd, 2021. Interestingly, while the Spanish page includes the correct location for Yerba Buena, this detail wasn't copied over to the English site. The Spanish page itself has changed very little since it was created. It initially cited only 2 blog-style sources from 2002 and 2003. Both these sources retell the incorrect version of the tale, but allow us to date with some degree of confidence the latest possible origin of this online version. The absolute earliest source I could find was a newspaper clipping from Texas, the Valley Evening Monitor, which was dated to June 13, 1963, 1 month after the final sacrifice and raid took place. It reports that the 12 members of the cult were eventually found guilty of murder, and the cult was started by the twins and not the Hernandez brothers. There is no mention here of the supposed sexual aspect of the cult. 1 year later, in 1964, an American called Bill Starr travels to Mexico and interviews an Abelardo G. Gomez about a case he had read about in American newspapers. Inspector Gomez relayed to Bill Starr how Magdalena and Eleazar Solis started the cult in the nearby village of Yerba Buena, and how, after years of lies, they lost control of this cult. Bill Starr would then write up and send this story to Curtis and Mary Fuller, owners of Fate magazine, which published, quote, "True Stories of the Strange and the Unknown." Starr's interview of Gomez was later reproduced in 2002 in the book The Mammoth Book of Women Who Kill. This is where I first found Starr's tale. Whilst it's difficult to say for sure whether Bill Starr's interview of Gomez is the absolute truth of the matter, after months of research, I can say it's the most trustworthy source existing on the internet. In comparison to sources like Crimes of the 20th Century Iconology, quote, Santos and Cayetano convinced lesbian prostitute Magdalena Solis and her homosexual brother Eleazar come to Yerba Buena to participate in the mountain cave rites. In the midst of this spirited emotional rite, High Priest Santos Hernandez sexually purified a teenage girl, Selena Salvana. Magdalena Solis watched the intimacies between Santos and Selena, which stimulated her own desires for the girl. Santos then passed the young Selena to Magdalena, while Eleazar and Cayetano, who also preferred males, took advantage of the boys in the assemblage. I mean, that's some absolutely insane, homophobic nonsense. Until next time.
That was good. Here, Mothy, I'm sending you this link. it's 3 videos? Wanna watch a video on the Dybbuk box? Mothy? I love Dybbuk boxes, they're fascinating.
Of amazing power and magnetism. First, without a doubt, the item known as the Dybbuk box is a genuine artifact of amazing power and magnetism. Second, without a doubt, the Dybbuk box is a fraud. These two conclusions contradict each other, but I believe both to be true. Museum curator and author, Jason Haxton. This story begins in Poland in the 1930s, a time of violent tensions between the Polish and Jewish communities. World War II was on the horizon, and the atmosphere was tense, to say the least. A young girl named Sophie would regularly go to her cousin's house with her mother and a few other women for tea parties. Sophie's cousin, Havela, a mother of 3, had recently lost her children and husband in a violent riot. It was beginning to feel like the walls were closing in for the Jewish communities in Europe. When the men of their households would go to prayers, the women would sit around, talking about their fears for the future. Havela was not only convinced things were about to get worse, but was also dealing with the trauma of her family being murdered. Over time, Havela began to become obsessed with the idea of contacting the dead, and these originally innocent tea parties slowly began to transform into something else. She would often hold seances during these gatherings. While this was something that would go against their strongly held beliefs, as Sophie would say decades later, things that were taboo were as alluring to the young.
Oh, I gotta rewind it, hold on. I wasn't paying attention. Let's just restart it.
First, without a doubt, the item known as the Dybbuk box is a genuine artifact of amazing power and magnetism. Second, without a doubt, the Dybbuk box is a fraud. These two conclusions contradict each other, but I believe both to be true. Museum curator and author, Jason Haxton. This story begins in Poland in the 1930s, a time of violent tensions between the Polish and Jewish communities. World War II was on the horizon, and the atmosphere was tense, to say the least. A young girl named Sophie would regularly go to her cousin's house with her mother and a few other women for tea parties. Sophie's cousin, Havela, a mother of 3, had recently lost her children and husband in a violent riot. It was beginning to feel like the walls were closing in for the Jewish communities in Europe. When the men of their households would go to prayers, the women would sit around, talking about their fears for the future. Havela was not only convinced things were about to get worse, but was also dealing with the trauma of her family being murdered. Over time, Havela began to become obsessed with the idea of contacting the dead, and these originally innocent tea parties slowly began to transform into something else. She would often hold seances during these gatherings. While this was something that would go against their strongly held beliefs, as Sophie would say decades later, things that were taboo were as alluring to the young back then as they are to young people today. It started out as innocent fun, Havela leaning into the role of the medium. The girl was all laughing and joking, not taking the whole thing too seriously. They would ask the spirits questions about the future, and surprisingly, according to Sophie at least, it worked. They sat around a table that night, the letters of the alphabet and the familiar yes and no written at the top of the board, as they attempted to commune with the other world, the planchette moving freely as they did. A number of voices seemed to come through that night, different spirits attempting to communicate with the women. Week after week they would gather and continue their game with the spirits, until Havela suggested the idea of attempting to contact something else. The normal gaggle of messages came through the spirit board, until one voice seemed to begin to communicate in a way that felt clearer than before, more direct and consistent. They didn't know what it was, but Havela in particular took note of it. She had long stopped thinking of this as a fun thing to do with her friends. The world was growing a darker and scarier place by the minute, and she believed that this voice that was communicating with them was powerful, and was exactly what she had been looking for. Something to protect her and her people from any more wrongdoing. Something that would offer protection on a grander level than any human being could hope to do. The group spoke about what they had just experienced when that evening session was over, and one of the women suggested that what they were communicating with could have been a Dybbuk, a term that only came about in the 17th century, but a concept that was much older. Depending on who you ask, they are either demons or a spirit of a deceased person that has not been properly laid to rest, trapped between this world and the next. Either way, this entity apparently has the ability, and more importantly the desire, to possess another person, to allow it to live in this plane of existence. This didn't seem to scare the women too much though, as they continued to meet and continued to talk with the spirit, its voice growing stronger and stronger with each communication. They even began to become convinced this spirit was having an effect on their day-to-day lives, turning their luck around and protecting them. All seemed to be good, until the spirit asked something of the women. It wanted them to perform a ritual that would bring it into the real world permanently. This immediately raised flags. Something about this request made it clear to them that this creature could not be trusted, and doing its bidding was going a step too far. Instead, they decided to hatch a plan to end this once and for all. They weren't sure for certain how many spirits they were actually communicating with, but they decided to perform a ritual involving a box. They would bring the spirits into this world, only to trap them inside the box, containing them for as long as they needed, until they could figure out a way to banish the spirits for good. But as they began the ritual in the early hours of November 9th, 1938, something went wrong. The ritual failed, and numerous spirits were able to escape, although it appears something at least was captured within the box. This box was subsequently destroyed in the war, but years later, somewhere else, a second box was constructed in an attempt to capture those spirits that had been unleashed upon the world all those years prior. This was the story that was laid out by Sophie as she spoke with a man named Kevin in America nearly 70 years later. The elderly woman cried and prayed as she told her story, saying how she was so sorry they didn't know what they were doing, and claimed that most of the tragic events that have happened over the preceding decades were due to the evil that they had unleashed upon the world. Havela would keep the second box for years, until one of her granddaughters sold it along with a number of other items in an estate sale after she died. Kevin was the new owner of the box, and after what he had experienced leading up to arriving at Sophie's door that day, he was ready to believe anything. Welcome to the tape library. Tonight we're getting into a good old-fashioned haunted object story. I think the first of these I've tackled since we spoke about Robert the Doll. Just as a quick note, as I know I will see comments about it, the original name for the spirit is spelt D-Y-B-B-U-K, but the original story, where most of the Dybbuk box lore comes from, it is spelt D-I-B-B-U-K. My knowledge of the Dybbuk box before this basically consisted of seeing YouTube thumbnails with people's scared faces pressed up to the camera, saying stuff like, "We opened 14 Dybbuk boxes in one night and survived." So it wasn't really something I paid much attention to. It just felt like a silly gimmick, and I had seen numerous comments online saying the entire thing was a hoax, But then I came across Jason Haxton's book that lays out his personal encounters with the box and the original story behind it, and I became absolutely fascinated. I never expected this to be such a rich topic. It's a ghost story, but also a fascinating insight into the power of belief, a true melding of urban legend and reality, of past folklore meeting the modern world, a tale of FBI raids, demons, and even a haunted film set. A story where it's never quite clear where fact ends and fiction begins. So let's kick off our run of paranormal episodes with a deep dive into one of the most famous haunted objects of all time. Get yourself a warm drink, dim the lights and get comfortable. It's time to uncover the disturbing story of the Dybbuk box. Chapter 1. Kevin's story. In 2003, a posting would appear on eBay for a small wooden box. A simple wine cabinet with the decorations of grapes on each of its two doors. Below the doors was a small drawer that would pull out. The object itself didn't appear to be that interesting, but what captured the attention of those who stumbled across the listing was the long post written along with it. This post recounted the story of Portland, Oregon resident Kevin Manis, who had come into possession of the box a couple of years prior. He laid out his entire experience since owning it, seemingly as a warning to others. Kevin said that in September of 2001 he attended an estate sale. He was looking for items for his small furniture shop. A 103-year-old woman had passed away, and her granddaughters were selling her belongings. Kevin learned at the sale that the deceased woman was born in Poland, and ended up in a Nazi concentration camp during the war. She was the only member of her immediate family who survived. She managed to escape with a number of other prisoners, before ending up in Spain, where she stayed until the end of the war. It was while in Spain that she acquired one of only 3 items she would go on to take with her to America: a small wooden wine cabinet. Kevin purchased a few items from the sale, including the wine cabinet. But before he could leave, he was approached by one of the woman's granddaughters, who said to him, "I see you purchased a Dybbuk box." Kevin asked what she meant, and the woman said the wine cabinet was always kept in her grandmother's sewing room, out of reach of the kids. Her grandmother had called it a Dybbuk box, and told her grandchildren they should never open it. She even requested to be buried with the box, but this went against the rules of an Orthodox Jewish burial. Kevin asked why she called it a Dybbuk box, but the granddaughter said she didn't know. Her grandmother would never talk about it. The box was locked, and as her grandmother had wished, the family chose to never open it, even after her death. Realizing this item clearly meant a lot to the deceased woman, Kevin offered to give it back, but the woman said no. He had purchased it. It was time for their family to let this strange little keepsake go. When Kevin became more insistent, even offering to let them keep the money, the woman grew somewhat irritated, saying, "You bought it. You made the deal. We don't want it." Then she got visibly upset. Kevin, unsure why she had suddenly become so emotional, decided to leave with the items. Kevin took the box and his other purchases straight to his store. He left them in the basement and then went to run some errands. Within half an hour he received a call from the young girl who was working in the store that day. She was screaming down the phone, terrified. Someone was in the shop. They had managed to lock the intruder security gates and the emergency exit. The shop worker was trapped inside. She hadn't seen the person, but she claimed she could hear them in the basement. It sounded like they were smashing glasses down there, and she was too scared to go down to confront them. Kevin rushed to the shop, having to unlock the security gate to get in. He found the girl on the floor of his office, crying her eyes out. He then rushed down to the basement to see if the intruder was still there. There was only one entrance to the basement, so there shouldn't have been any way for someone to have slipped out. Kevin didn't find anyone. What he found instead was that each of the 10 fluorescent light tubes in the basement had been smashed, and that the basement smelt of disgustingly strong cat urine. By the time he came upstairs, his employee had left. She never returned to work, and any time Kevin tried to ask her more about what happened, she refused to talk about it. Kevin had decided to give the box to his mother for her upcoming birthday, but first he would need to give the box a bit of a refurbishment. So the first thing he did was get it open. Inside he found numerous peculiar items. 2 different pennies from the 1920s, 2 locks of hair, one reddish blonde, one black, a small granite statue that was engraved with what looked like Hebrew, a dried rosebud, a wine cup, and a black cast iron candlestick holder with tentacles at the base. Kevin apparently also offered to return these items to the family, but they declined, so he said he would include them with the purchase of the box. While cleaning the cabinet, Kevin also noticed there was Hebrew writing carved into the back of the cabinet. Kevin's mother's birthday was the 28th, but it would be the 31st of October that he would see her and present his gift to her. She had visited the shop as they were planning to go for lunch.
I'm gonna run an ad break real quick. Now I got people in.
Kevin gave her the present before they left, and she seemed to love it, carefully looking it over. Kevin mentioned he had to make a quick phone call before they could leave, and left his mother with the box. Within minutes, one of the employees came rushing into Kevin's office. His mother had had a stroke. He found her sat in the chair, tears falling down her cheeks, unable to move, unable to speak. She was quickly rushed to hospital. While she did eventually recover, for some time after the stroke she was only able to communicate by pointing to the letters of the alphabet on a chart. The day after the stroke, Kevin visited. When he asked her how she was, she used the chart to spell out the words, "No gift." Kevin thought that her memory of the day before was hazy, and was somewhat amused that even with what had happened, his mother's first concern was her birthday presents. He assured her that he had given her a gift. The wine cabinet, remember? She then spelled out, "hate gift." Kevin again took this in a light-hearted manner, and promised to get her a better gift once she was well. Kevin's mother would later say how she opened the box when Kevin had left her alone. When she did, she was hit by a sudden breeze, and what she described as an overwhelming sense of evil. Then she immediately suffered the stroke. There was a long period of time with nothing much happening. Kevin ended up giving the box to his sister, but she gave it back to him, complaining she could never get the doors to stay shut. They just kept opening on their own, a problem that Kevin never experienced himself. He gave it to his brother, who only kept it for 3 days. His brother loved it, claiming it smelt of jasmine flowers, something that again Kevin hadn't noticed himself, but his wife on the other hand thought it smelt disgusting, like cat urine, and wanted it out of her house. So he then gave it to his girlfriend. She returned it after only 2 days, simply saying he should sell it instead. He then sold it to a middle-aged couple. Again, after only 3 days, Kevin came to the shop in the morning to find the box sat on his front step. A note was attached that simply read, "This has a bad darkness about it." Kevin had given up trying to pass the box on at this point. He didn't understand why people were acting so strangely about it, and decided to bring it home with him. That same evening, the nightmare started. A nightmare that would recur constantly while he kept possession of the box. He would be walking with a friend or loved one, when he would look into their eyes and realise they weren't the person he knew. There was something evil inside them. Once he would make this realisation, the person would transform into a gruesome looking hag that would then attack him. A creepy dream in its own right, especially one to have night after night. What made it all the more scary is that Kevin would wake up with welts and bruises on his body.
Fuck that.
One night, Kevin's sister, his brother, and his brother's wife all came round for dinner. The evening got away from them, and all three decided to stay. The following morning, the family gathered for breakfast. Kevin's sister told them that she had a terrible night's sleep after she was awoken by a horrible nightmare. She dreamt that she had been attacked by a terrifying looking woman. Kevin froze, sweat dripping off his neck as he listened to his sister describing his recurring dream to a T. He was even more scared when he glanced around the table to see his brother and his brother's wife acting in the same way. They had had the same dream. Later that day, Kevin phoned his girlfriend, who he had given the box to temporarily. She had also had the same dream. After this revelation, Kevin started to see things around his home. He described them as shadowy figures appearing out of the corner of his eyes, but he wasn't alone. Visitors to his house would claim to see them too. Kevin took the cabinet out into a storage unit outside his house for the night, only to be awoken by the fire alarm in the unit going off. He rushed downstairs, pulled open the door, but there was nothing. No smoke, no signs of a fire, just the box, and that unmistakable stench of cat urine. Kevin brought the box back inside and spent the evening on the internet attempting to research it, to see if he could find anything that could explain what was going on. He was awoken yet again by the same nightmare. He regained his composure as he realised he had fallen asleep at his computer desk, when he suddenly noticed his house now smelt of jasmine. What was less comforting, though, was the movement he saw in the corner of his eye. His head spun around just in time to see a shadowy figure rush down the hall out of the room. Kevin searched the house, but yet again there was no sign of any intruder. Kevin was scared to just destroy the object, not knowing what that would do, so instead he posted it on eBay with his story in the hope that someone with a knowledge of the paranormal would take custody of the object. He stated that he hasn't set any sort of starting bid. This wasn't about money, he just wanted help and wanted someone responsible to take the box away from him. Kevin began to receive lots of questions about the box, and he updated his post a few times to try and answer them, but for the most part he wasn't really able to offer much more insight into it. He did state in an update though that he came home to find all the fish in his aquarium dead. He said whoever purchases the box, he would like to have a serious conversation with the winner, stating that he wants to confirm they were a serious adult who knew what they were potentially getting into, and stating that after it was sold, he wanted nothing to do with the box. 2,000 miles away in Missouri, a student named Joseph typed his bid into the website. 1 week later, the box would be his problem now. Chapter 2. The Students. 20-year-old college student Joseph was watching Kevin's posting for quite some time. The bidding was up to $100 at this point, and he wasn't sure he could justify the cost. He spoke with his roommate Brian about it, but he didn't seem super interested. But for Joseph, this was becoming a mild obsession. Ever since he first saw it, he could not get the box out of his head. Eventually, while alone late one night, Joseph put in a bid. 1 week later, Brian returned home to their apartment to find that it reeked of urine. He searched every room but couldn't figure out the source of the smell, but there was a package for Joseph, sat on the table. When Joseph got home, he opened the package and Brian set eyes on it for the first time. The Dybbuk box. In total, Joseph would remain the keeper of the box for less than half a year. The first night passed without any events. The two students were not alone in the apartment. A total of 6 people shared it at the time, and all gradually became interested in Joseph's story about the box. In that first month, all 6 students took turns keeping the box in their rooms. 2 of them reported feeling like they had burning eyes. Another fell sick, but nothing that could be concretely blamed on the box. But one night they came home. The box was now being stored in a back corner of the apartment. But when they saw it, they noticed the doors were open. All of them claimed that they didn't touch it. This was just the start. As the summer started to come to an end, events took a darker turn. Lights would suddenly burn out or shatter completely. The smell of urine would appear and disappear seemingly at random. A string of bad luck befell the group. People falling sick, electronic devices breaking, sudden insect infestations. Again, nothing that couldn't be explained away by coincidence, but strange enough to raise suspicions. Joseph began to look into the term Dybbuk. At first it didn't give him many results due to the misspelling, but eventually he found out what a Dybbuk was. Joseph later wrote in his post, "If you believe in paranormal phenomena, the box contains or is possessed by at least one Dybbuk, possibly two, as the grandmother stated, a Dybbuk and a Keslim. Keslim is a term similar to a Turkish word that means priest. That would probably correspond to the pair of wrapped strands of blonde and black hair." News of the box quickly spread around the university, and the apartment became a popular hangout for those wanting to dare themselves to interact with the box. But the flatmates were growing increasingly concerned about the box, especially Joseph. He began to sleep badly. Then the hallucination started. Nothing clear, just sort of black blurs on the periphery of his vision that would be gone when he looked, and then his hair began to fall out. He saw doctors but came back with a clean bill of health. Joseph had understandably had enough. After the Thanksgiving break,
I'll be right back. Daddy's getting tired, kitty. Daddy's tired. Oh, I'm back.
the students all returned to their home to discover Joseph had moved out and had taken the box with him. All the strange smells and items breaking quickly stopped. In between his studies, Brian was working part-time at the university's museum and had been telling his colleagues about this strange box that his roommate had purchased.
Don't fall asleep on my
Curator
desk,
Jason
I'll
Haxton
try.
in particular had become fascinated with the tales of the box and was really keen to study it to try and find out its true origins. So when Brian told him that Joseph was planning to sell it, he saw his opportunity. Jason talked to a friend of his, a stage magician named Michael, who also had become captivated by the story of the box, and offered to go halves with him on the fee for the box. This spurred Jason on and he quickly submitted a bid. Much like Kevin, Joseph had chosen eBay as his method of passing on the box's curse. Joseph bought the box from Kevin for $140, and now Jason and Michael were the owners for $280. A decent profit, but maybe not worth losing your hair over. But when Jason tried to arrange the delivery, he didn't hear a word from Joseph. Instead, after several days, Jason got a call from Brian, who claimed that he now had the box. Joseph couldn't stand having it for a day longer. Brian turned up the next day at Jason's office with a large cardboard box. It was immediately obvious he hadn't slept in some time. Brian quickly dropped the package off before leaving without saying goodbye. Chapter 3: The Curator. That evening, Michael came to Jason's office and the pair unpackaged the Dybbuk box. They carefully inspected the box and all the items within, noticing a pungent smell as they opened the doors for the first time. After inspecting it, Jason believed that the box must have been constructed sometime in the 1960s, not in Spain in the 1940s. And while it did appear to be a wine cabinet, The strange items inside suggested it had been used for an alternative purpose. For some reason, Jason felt compelled to touch the box properly, so he removed his glove and placed his hand on top of it, before instantly pulling it away. His friend was busy looking at the items they had taken out, so hadn't noticed Jason's strange reaction. He carefully placed his hands back on the box and confirmed what he had just experienced. It felt like the wood was vibrating and moving, almost as though it weren't an inanimate object. Jason quickly pulled his hand away again when a shooting pain hit his stomach, travelling up his body. As soon as he moved his hand away, the pain faded, but it would return in the coming days. That night, Jason was plagued with nightmares. He remembers the faces of people he knew morphing and contorting into hideously grotesque versions of themselves, and that there was a woman there, with dark eyes watching him. He awoke in a sweat, terrified by the images his mind had conjured up, but it was just a dream. However, when he fell back asleep, he had another dream. Another old woman, looking at him. This time, pointing at a box. That morning, Jason awoke to find his eyes were terribly bloodshot. The days that followed, he developed a metallic taste in his mouth that overpowered everything he ate. He had the constant feeling that something was lodged in his throat, but the doctor was unable to 100% identify what was wrong. Jason became convinced that he had somehow been poisoned. Someone must have coated the box with something that explains his symptoms and much of what the students had experienced. But he ran tests on the surfaces of the box and all its items, and everything came back clean. Then it all began to happen at the office. The light bulbs began exploding. Staff at the museum had all noticed that Jason was not looking well. His ears were scarlet coloured, his body covered in welts and hives that would itch so bad Jason would wake up in the morning, bleeding from scratching. What's more, sleep itself was fleeting. He was looking and acting more and more like a zombie to those around him. Brian soon approached him to warn him that he believed whatever was connected to the box was now affecting Jason, and also potentially others. Brian was not happy to discover his boss was storing the box at work, and believed that a string of bad luck that had befallen not just him and his colleagues, but also their families, could be blamed on the box. The staff were angry and wanted it removed. Michael had offered to take the box if it proved to be an issue for Jason, but he was having trouble getting in touch with his friend suddenly. Jason put the box in the back of his car to take it round there himself, and was shocked to discover his car suddenly stunk of cat urine. This wasn't the only strange smell he had noticed, as the office had previously smelt of jasmine in the prior days at random times. When he arrived at Michael's house, there was no one home. Jason left the box in the car overnight, and luckily Michael finally got in touch with him the following day. He thought Jason was just being a
Hey,
little
we're
silly,
at 4 viewers.
but he would happily take the box if he wanted to drop it in later that day. But just 2 hours later, Jason received another call. It was Michael telling him not to come to the house. He and his wife had suddenly fallen very ill. Realizing he was stuck with it for now at least, Jason took the box out of the car and hid it in the closet of an unused room upstairs. Jason did not tell his family. His wife had been very clear that she did not want anything to do with this box. That's when the strange events began in Jason's home. The house would suddenly become so cold that the family could see their breath before returning to normal temperature. One night he was watching TV with his son when he became convinced he had seen a large black shadow moving up the wall. When he could sleep, the nightmares continued. The distorted faces and that woman plaguing his dreams. The box had garnered a decent amount of interest online from people interested in the paranormal, and numerous of them got in touch with Jason to discuss the box. Steve Mass of the Long Island Paranormal Research Group heard the issues that Jason was having and suggested he try a ritual of his own. He told Jason to get a copy of the Key of Solomon, In there were steps to perform an appeasement ritual. Jason, a man who was passionate about history and science, couldn't quite believe it when he found himself doing just that. Standing above the box, conducting a 15th century ritual in his garage. But seemingly it worked. Over the following weeks, Jason's symptoms calmed down, and he was soon a healthy, fit man again. Now that he no longer felt like he was in danger, it was time to search for the truth of what was really going on here. Chapter 4: Digging Deeper. Jason began to track down the box's original owner, Kevin Mannis. While he was unable to find a direct way to contact him, he did speak with Kevin's sister, who understandably wasn't keen to give out her brother's contact details to this stranger. He was able to learn a little bit more about their family, however, discovering that Kevin's grandmother was a Russian Jewish immigrant who had died a few years prior, at the age of 103. This really seemed like it fit the origin story that Kevin had laid out in his post. What's more, it appeared that Kevin's grandmother was interested in Jewish mysticism. A relative that Jason spoke to suggested that Kevin had simply used all of this as inspiration for his story, and that the entire thing was a hoax. Eventually, Jason managed to find a phone number for what he believed was Kevin's home. He had actually travelled to Portland in a last-ditch effort to meet him. After speaking to what sounded like an old lady on the phone who claimed that no one named Kevin lived there, Jason simply said that if she did know a Kevin, he would love to speak to him, and he would pay $150 for the privilege. The next day, Jason met Kevin. The following day, the pair discussed the box and their experiences with it. Apparently, Kevin had no idea that the box had become something of a legendary item on the internet. Kevin also revealed a bit of further bad luck he had experienced. The same day his mother had a stroke, the FBI apparently raided his store. They were searching and confiscating belongings and even arresting staff members, while he was desperately waiting for the paramedics to come and save his mother. Kevin never knew what the raid was about, and eventually the items he had taken away from him were returned, but with no explanation. However, this event spooked Kevin's landlord, who terminated the lease, effectively closing down Kevin's entire business. This story raised Jason's suspicions a little. It felt a little too convenient to fit Kevin's narrative of a curse. But sure enough, after doing further research, he discovered that around that time, there were numerous police raids on stores in the area, apparently in an attempt to close down a stolen items ring that was operating out of stores in Portland. Kevin told him that once the box was gone, his mother made a full recovery, but that the nightmares had never fully gone away. He also told Jason a few other stories of incidents he had, including one man who became aggressive in the shop and knocked the box over. He was later found having committed suicide just down the street. Another local resident came to Kevin one day to ask what it was he was getting up to in the basement of his shop. The basement had a small window that could be seen from the street. The resident said they and others had seen people in black cloaks down there, dancing around, and not just one or two, but up to 10 people in there, in the middle of the night. Kevin had no idea who these people could be. He was the only one with a key. Kevin wanted to help Jason's investigation, so he offered to track down the family who originally had the box, which seemingly he did. He met with Sophie and her granddaughters, and the story of Havila's box was laid out to him. Months after this, the spell that Jason had used apparently began to lose its effect. He began to find rotting mice in his car. The house suddenly smelt of excrement due to an unusual sewer issue that no one was able to fully explain. Other dead animals were found in the home at times, and Jason became convinced that when he would sit alone at his desk at night to write in his journal, something would be touching his hair. Unlike Kevin and Joseph, Jason decided that the story should end with him. He decided rather than selling the box and passing this on, he would find some way to contain it, This time he
Whoops.
spoke with a friend who was a
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Wicca practitioner. One morning, early before everyone else was awake, Jason took the box to the property next door that he also owned, but was currently empty. In a small room off of the basement, Jason carried out another ritual. Once completed, Jason returned to his home and stepped into his bathtub, that, as he had been instructed to do, was heavily scented with herbs. Suddenly, as the water fully engulfed his body, Jason began to feel a tremendous pain. He fell out of the tub and onto the floor before vomiting a dark mucus from his mouth. Before the pain suddenly ended, and Jason was alone, collapsed on his bathroom floor. Some time passed and Jason hadn't gone near the box. He left it locked up until he knew what to do with it. After researching further and speaking to a number of experts on the subject, he came up with a solution to contain the box, by taking some inspiration from the Book of Exodus. He would use the same material used to create the Ark of the Covenant. He would build a box out of acacia wood and line it with gold leaf. Once the box was constructed, Jason went back to the room in the basement to retrieve the box. As he went into the cellar, he noticed the ceiling was now covered in a strange white powdery mould, and dead spiders lay all around. He opened the trapdoor and discovered hundreds of house centipedes around where he had stored the box. Luckily, he had wrapped the Dybbuk box in bubble wrap, because for some reason, despite the soil around it being bone dry, the plastic that coated the box was saturated with large amounts of water. He took the Dybbuk box outside, placed it inside his gold-lined box, and locked it. He then placed that inside a plastic shipping container to protect it further. After this, Jason claimed that most of the effects the box seemed to be having on him simply faded away. But if he ever went to look at the Dybbuk box, he would be hit with a new smell, a kind of woody scent that he claimed was almost addictive, like it was trying to entice him. Sometime after this, Jason buried the box somewhere on his property, but he wouldn't tell anyone where, and there it would remain. Chapter 5: Movies and Lies. Kevin would never give Jason the details of Sophie's family, and became increasingly difficult to get in contact with. Jason had begun writing a book on his experiences, and had wanted Kevin to work on it with him, but for some reason Kevin was reluctant to do so. What's more, the story of the Dybbuk box had gained such momentum that multiple films inspired by the box were now in the works, the most famous of which would go on to be The Possession. The 2012 horror movie produced by Sam Raimi did not follow the story of the box, but instead crafted its own tale.
That was a good movie. Have you seen that one, Mothy? Have you seen The Possession? You
Inspired by
haven't?
folklore
You need to.
that
It's
seemingly
really
been
good.
created from Kevin's initial eBay post. Interestingly, the cast and the crew of the film believed the set they were filming in was haunted, and a number of incidents befell the production. The most commonly reported and most interesting to our story is that lights would apparently explode at random. But it was years prior to this that Jason discovered something that troubled him. Rumours of movies were being discussed online, and he spotted a post from someone on IMDb saying they knew the guy who made the Dybbuk box, and the whole thing was a fake. At this point, Jason was 3 years into digging into the story of the box, and so desperately started trying to get in touch with the person who made this post. While they were reluctant to speak about it at first, they did confirm once again that the story was made up, and they even knew one of the people who donated a lock of hair to be put into the box. Sure enough, Jason's investigation led him to a bar where the staff claimed to know all about the box, and that one of them had put his hair into it. The bar was a place that Kevin Manis had previously worked. Jason confronted Kevin with this, who claimed that the staff there could not be trusted. This threw Jason through a loop. If this whole thing was made up by Kevin, how could he explain all the strange incidents that he'd experienced? And the events that Brian had reported to him too, for that matter. Kevin was no longer responding to Jason, and the pair went years without communicating. However, in 2010, Jason was able to get into contact with Kevin's younger brother. The brother told Jason that he and his siblings had never had any recurring dreams of an old hag woman that night they had stayed at Kevin's, despite what he claimed. The brother said he had seen the old wine cabinet at Kevin's shop and asked if he could have it, but Kevin told him he had plans for it. There was an interesting detail that emerged in their conversation. While he confirmed that he believed Kevin had made the entire origin story of the box up, he did strongly believe it had a dark energy around it. He thought that maybe Kevin, in creating this box, had messed with some spiritual energy that he didn't understand. While the tales of a demonic entity being contained in the box were not true, maybe he had done something when he locked all these items inside and inscribed it with Hebrew text. He also confirmed that his grandmother was very interested in subjects like Kabbalah and other magical practices, something she would have taught Kevin all about when they lived together for several years. Although again, this is a detail that Kevin would later deny, and he apparently became quite offended that Jason had introduced his grandmother into this tale. In recent years, debunkers have found a post made online by Kevin years prior, where he calls someone out for claiming to be experiencing paranormal activity from a Dybbuk box, claiming that he created the concept of the box, and betting that they would be unable to find any reference to a Dybbuk box in any literature prior to his eBay posting. Chapter 6: The Haunted Museum. Despite this revelation at the end of Jason's book that came out at the end of 2011, it did nothing to dissuade the popularity of the Dybbuk box story. The possession did very well upon its release the following year, and the legend of the Dybbuk box continued to be shared amongst people. The box would become even more famous when in 2016, Jason Haxton seemingly dug the box back up and presented it to infamous TV personality and ghost hunter Zach Baggins. He brought it to Zach's show Deadly Possessions. This show also brought Kevin on, and for some reason locked him in a basement room with the box, while Zach and his crew watched on television screens from another room. This is my first experience of watching any of these shows, so sorry if I sound a little confused about what's going on here. In what I think might be one of the funniest moments I've ever seen on a paranormal show, Kevin suddenly starts speaking in a fake English accent. It's unclear exactly what he is talking about, but he makes repeated references to a shadow person. Zach and his crew start freaking out, first believing that Kevin is conducting some sort of ritual, before then debating if he is possessed. In actual fact, it turns out Kevin just didn't know they were recording, and thinking he had a few minutes to himself, was rehearsing a poem that he would be performing at a spoken word event. This information was unsurprisingly left out of the show, however, and they still included the clip. Baggins apparently then purchased the box from Jason for an undisclosed amount, and has since made several episodes about the box, even inadvertently apparently cursing Post Malone in the process. The stories of the box became even more exaggerated, and claims were made that it was simply one of 10 boxes that were spread throughout the world. The box now resides in Zach's controversial Haunted Museum. Finally, in an interview with Input, Mannis would years later confirm that he created the story of the box and inserted the items inside it. He had intended for it to be some sort of interactive horror story. To quote from the interview, Mannis says it wasn't money issues that motivated him, but relationship problems with his girlfriend and a host of other bad luck events. He says he channeled all of that negative energy into his tall tale. Mannis said, "At the time I created the Dybbuk box, it was during Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. I created the box while praying and asking for forgiveness for all of the sins I committed that I knew about, and perhaps even more important, the sins I committed that I didn't know about." Not everything about Mannis' story was fake, however. He did confirm that he gave his mother the box on Halloween, and she did in fact have a stroke straight away after opening it. She has unfortunately since passed away. He goes on to say that his mother did then go on to put on an act for the show Paranormal Witness that she was later interviewed for, and in her conversation with Jason Haxton. He does also state though that he had no collusion with Haxton, or seemingly the students that purchased the box after his initial post. Baggins and his crew were apparently not super happy with Kevin's interview, and went on the record to say that despite what Kevin says, they have witnessed and documented numerous unexplained events surrounding the box. As for Jason Haxton, his book ends with an afterword by Professor Howard Schwartz on the story, and Jewish folklore as a whole. In this afterword, it is even suggested by the professor that maybe Haxton's book is simply a work of fiction. An interesting choice to include in his own book, and one that blurs the lines of reality and fiction in this story even further. But Jason still claims to be a firm believer in the box. While it does appear he ultimately profited off of selling the box to the Ghost Adventures team, he could have just as easily done that years before when interest in the box was high. I doubt that he could have planned that it would receive a resurgence in interest years after his book was published. Maybe the offer the Ghost Adventures crew made was just too good to pass up. It is also worth noting though that Haxton created at least one, maybe two replica boxes that he would use for media appearances to avoid moving the original box. So there is always the doubt if the box that Baggins has is the true Dybbuk box, although he apparently says that it is. Again, to quote the article, Haxton maintains that everything that's happened to him because of the box is true, and ultimately he says it's been more of a blessing than a curse. "I always call it a wish box," says Haxton. "Whoever created the Dybbuk box gave it a power to do something. The creation of the Dybbuk box and its story created a ripple effect in people's lives." Referring to Mannis, he adds, "The sum of the Dybbuk box is greater than he ever imagined." In the same article regarding Mannis, he also said, "Did the con man get conned by God? That's seriously my take on it. Someone screwed around thinking it was funny and that they were in control. It's like playing with fire. It was funny until it wasn't." The Dybbuk box is a contradiction. It is based in folklore, but its origin story has no basis in anything prior to an eBay posting. It's declared a fake by its creator, who then goes on to say although he made it up, he still feels like it's responsible for a lot of bad luck that he suffered. For the students and for Jason Haxton, who purchased it after Kevin created it, they claim that this object affected them in very real ways, despite acknowledging Kevin's admission of it being a fraud. Is there something to Haxton's theory that Kevin inadvertently created something evil? That he played around with something he just didn't understand, and the box is the consequence of that? Can the power of stories really bring something other into our world and create the magical out of nothing. That's all for this entry into the tape library.
That was a good video.
I think this is one of my favourite. The exact date has seemingly been lost to time, but there was an evening in the late 1700s where an event would take place that would not only alter one family's life.
Alright, ad break real quick.
The exact date has seemingly been lost to time, but there was an evening in the late 1700s where an event would take place that would not only alter one family's lives, but potentially frame how many of us view the topic of the paranormal, even if most will have never heard this story. It happened in the southern part of Jefferson County, West Virginia, a tiny village named Middleway, although it would be given the peculiar nickname of Wizard Clip around this time. The Livingston family had gotten themselves all warm and cozy for the evening. It was a cold, rainy night, and in such an isolated area, the word dark would do it a disservice. The family huddled around their fire to keep warm as they ate, when out of nowhere, they heard 3 loud bangs on their door. They all froze. Who could it be at such a late hour? Cautiously the father, Adam Livingston, stood up and slowly approached the door and opened it, bracing himself for whoever, or whatever, might be waiting on the other side. There stood a man in well-worn clothing, unshaved, wind-swept and soaked to the bone. In an Irish accent he spoke to Adam, telling him he had gotten lost and was simply looking for somewhere to stay for the night. The wind and rain had come on so suddenly and ferociously, he hadn't been prepared for it. Adam Livingston had a reputation of being a kind, generous and hospitable man, and he welcomed the stranger into his home. Little did he know what that simple act of kindness would unleash upon not just himself and his family, but his entire community. Welcome to the Tape Library, and a happy new year to you all. On the note of the new year, I've got a little request for you all. Is there a paranormal story you would really like me to cover in 2024? If so, please leave a comment below telling me what you want to hear me tackle. I've got a pretty big list already, but I'm super curious what you all want to hear about. We've got a fun one tonight, and a story I wasn't familiar with myself until recently. This story predates the infamous Blair Witch haunting, and is referred to by some as America's first poltergeist. This is a bit of a tricky story to tell. Much of the story of Wizard Clip was passed along as oral history throughout the area, although there are multiple written accounts that come later. The order of events is pretty hazy, and I would have had no chance of turning this into a cohesive narrative without Michael Kishbutcher's fantastic new book, The Appalachian Legend of the Wizard Clip. It's been my main source for this video, so I'll include a link to that below if people want to learn more about the case. What I think is so interesting about this one is the similarities to so many other more modern poltergeist style cases that we've covered already on this channel, such as the Enfield haunting, and what happened in Helvanok. The mystery of the wizard clip is, at its heart, a ghost story. But as is often the case, it's about so much more. It's a story of immigration, of rival religious institutions, of slavery, of superstition. It's a story about the very creation of the United States of America, and how so many deep-rooted belief systems bled together to create a new society. It also asks the question, would you go against your beliefs for a stranger? So get yourself a warm drink, dim the lights, and get comfortable. It's time to return to that rainy night at the Livingston house. The stranger entered the Livingston home. Mary, Adam's wife, instructed their children to help make a bed up for the stranger. They gave him dry clothes and let him warm himself by the fire, as Mary gave the stranger food. While he was clearly appreciative, the journey had taken a lot out of the stranger, and he was notably quiet. It didn't take long before he retired to his temporary bedroom for the evening. Mary noted to Adam that the man did not look well, but Adam was sure after a night of good rest and warmth, he would be okay. This was not the case. The family were woken in the middle of the night to sounds of hoarse coughing. Adam knocked on the door before entering, and found the stranger sat on his bed, in a much worse state than before. The stranger knew he was dying. No doctor lived close by, and even if they did, he did not believe they could help him. The stranger didn't ask for a doctor, however. Knowing his situation was past this point, he requested that Adam go and get a Catholic priest. There are two possible explanations for Adam's response to the stranger's request. One being the Livingston property was close to 40 miles away from the closest Catholic priest, and with the storm raging and at such a late hour, the journey to get them would have been extremely dangerous. The other more widely reported reason, though, is that the Livingstons were a Lutheran family, and at the time the idea of inviting a Catholic priest into his home would have been unthinkable. One retelling of the events from 1907 refers to the opinions of Catholic priests at the time as follows. He had never seen one, and probably held very extraordinary ideas of Catholic priests. Many of his class believed priests were Satan's living emissaries, with horns like their master, and other equally enlightened fancies. This wasn't an act of cruelty on the behalf of Adam Livingston. It was simply a request that his deep-seated beliefs would not allow him to accept. The stranger continued to beg for a priest, but it wouldn't last long. Just after midnight, the stranger passed away, as Adam stood at his bedside. In one version of events, the strange occurrences began almost immediately. It is said that for the remainder of the night, Adam employed a man named Jacob Foster to sit with the corpse overnight. I'm a little unclear if Foster was a neighbour of some kind or one of the slaves that the Livingstons had on their property. The family are listed as having had 4 slaves, a possible reason for their move to the area to begin with, as they had previously been living in Pennsylvania, where attitudes were changing towards keeping enslaved people. Either way, Foster lit candles around the chamber and stood vigil over the stranger's dead body that night. Almost immediately the candles blew out, leaving Foster in complete darkness. He relit them several times, but each time the candles produced a dim flickering light, and then quickly burnt out. After several attempts, Adam brought out new candles. He lit them outside the room with no issue, but as soon as he approached the stranger's body, the candles extinguished. If it was simply the candles or something else that took place is unclear, but at some point during the evening, Foster became so terrified of being in the same room as the stranger's body, he left and refused to return to his vigil. The following morning, Adam Livingston buried the stranger's body in unconsecrated ground on his farmland. To this day, a grave for the stranger is maintained at this location, although no body has ever been found. That night, Adam found himself awoken multiple times to the sounds of horses galloping. Each time he would get up, look out his window and see nothing. The sounds would stop and he would return to his bed, only for it to happen all over again shortly after. What was most weird is that after some time, it became apparent to Adam that it didn't sound like the horses were running around outside his property at all. It sounded as if they were inside its walls. The following evening, something would happen that couldn't be so easily dismissed. Hot coals started to shoot out from the family's fireplace throughout the evening as they sat around it. They were repeatedly forced to put out small fires that began erupting throughout their home after each attack. Eventually it happened with such frequency that the family were forced to put out the fire entirely. They were left with the choice of either facing the freezing cold or have their home potentially burned down. This wouldn't be a one-off occurrence, and the family quickly had to become accustomed to wrapping themselves up tightly as they could. The fireplace had become too dangerous to light. It seemingly wasn't a totally foolproof way to combat the fires though. On several occasions, various members of the family would retreat to their bedrooms for the evening, only to find their bed engulfed in flames, the family running around in terror each time, desperately trying to put it out. The nocturnal sounds became a consistent visitor as well. More common than the horses was the banging. Loud knocks would be heard on the home's door late at night. When Adam would get up to investigate, he would find no one there. Then the knocking began to appear elsewhere, most commonly coming from inside the walls of the house, with seemingly no source. The banging would keep the family awake, sleep deprived and terrified about what could possibly be tormenting them. The activity wasn't just left to the evenings though, and a possible source for the banging sounds was identified when the family claimed that before their very eyes, in the middle of the day, they would see their furniture move across the room, bash into the walls, and sometimes return to its original place. Dishes would seemingly be thrown from the shelves, crashing to the floor around the children, who would scream in fear as they sat in the kitchen. The trouble wasn't just happening inside the property though. A road ran alongside the Livingstons' land. They repeatedly found angry men banging on their door, demanding to know why the family had set up a rope across the road that was blocking their carriages from getting through. The Livingstons had no idea why it was there and would take it down, but it would keep appearing day after day. Around 4 miles from the Livingston property lived an Irish Catholic family called the McSherrys. They too would be witnesses to the events taking place at the Livingstons' home. One day 2 of the daughters of both households were bleaching a new piece of linen and left it out on the grass to dry. When they turned away just for a brief moment, the linen vanished. A costly mistake. A piece of linen this size was worth a decent amount of money, and the girls likely got into a lot of trouble with their families for letting it go missing. Strangely, after 3 weeks it was found, neatly folded on top of a bush, in perfect condition. It was around this time Midway Village got the strange nickname of Clip Town, and the apparent haunting started to gain a sense of notoriety in the surrounding area. The family would begin to hear the strange sound of shears opening and shutting around their home, yet again with no apparent source. Soon they began to
we're
notice
gonna have to watch
what
this
was
one later stream.
small.
It is time for me to go to sleep. It was a good long stream though, a good 6.5 hours, the longest stream I had in a good while. It was good. Alright, thank you y'all for tuning in. I'll catch you maybe tonight, tomorrow morning. We'll see how I feel when I wake up. Later guys.